Mom and Dad didn't want anything to do with the Aboriginal status because growing up in Flat Bay, everything was hidden. No one wanted to say they were Aboriginal. They tried to keep all that hidden. So that affected all of us.
Growing up in my community with regard to culture, there was nothing. My parents did not speak about being Indian.
I didn't grow up in a Mi'kmaq community. Not that I knew it was a Mi'kmaq community anyway.
We didn't know we were a Mi'kmaq community, first of all.
We did not grow up in a Mi'kmaq community. We grew up in St. George's, which was religiously and white man influenced.
I didn't really know what my cultural identity was.
A few family homes that I went to had some native art, but as far as the recognition and accepting of who they were, it was not talked about. It was actually quite the opposite.
I grew up not knowing my history, as it was forbidden to speak about, being Indian. Oh dear God, he never said that in our house. My father never spoke of it and would firmly shut it down if anybody ever talked about it. It was kind of the confirmation I guess I always longed for and knew, but I didn't really know. So it was good to finally find out why I was a Jackie-tar.
You know, we had our pride within our family, but it was almost something that was spoken of in hushed tones. You know, you were Mi'kmaq, but you didn't advertise it.
I remember I had an uncle one time said, well, if your father only knew that you were applying to be in, of course they might have used the word Indian, but we used the word Indigenous, he said he'd turn over in his grave. My mother used to always say, there's no bleep bleep Indian in us. We weren't allowed to talk about it.
I didn't grow up with any traditions, as my father passed away when I was little. My mom not being Aboriginal, we didn't learn any traditions till I got much older, and my uncles and my grandfather learned me some new things that I guess I thought everybody did, but not till I became older and realized that those things not everybody did.
The cultural traditions I grew up, we never stood up and said, this is a Mi'kmaq thing. But what the cultural conditions I grew up with were the concepts of being a good relative. We looked after each other. We took care of each other. And we helped each other. And in doing that, we respected the land and respected everyone. So that's how I grew up. And I still use that today because I think it's important that we're all a good relative.
Some of the traditions that I grew up with, well, again, storytelling, hunting, berry picking, you know, these weren't seen as traditions. These were just seen as how you live.
My mother was certainly oppressed because this spared her emotions and decision not to tell us that she was a Mi'kmaq descendant. I think she came from a Mi'kmaq family. We knew it, but we went to visit our grandparents. We all knew it, but we respected the fact that, you know, listen, you don't talk about it because you know what's going to happen. You're going to be ridiculed. You're going to cause a lot of trouble for yourself. So listen, just stay the course. Get your education and move on.
Wouldn't dare say that you were Aboriginal, because I remember one time I was 12 years old and my father and I were in behind Curling here cutting firewood, and after we dropped so much wood, he was having a smoke. We used to call it a blow at one time. I was having a spill, and I was having a bun and some water or whatever, and I just said to him, I said, are we Indians? And he said no. And I said, well, how come everybody calls us Jackie-tar? And he said, well, they're jealous. And I could tell the way he was answering me that he didn't want to get into this discussion. Was he denying that he was Aboriginal, or was he trying to protect his youngsters, you know what I mean? So they wouldn't be stigmatized so bad. So I really never figured that one out. That was kind of an eye-opener to me at the time.
Even though my mother was Mi'kmaq, it was never ever talked about in the house because my mother was Catholic and my father was Protestant, and at the time in the community, all Bay St. George, if particular time, everybody wanted to be cowboys. Nobody wanted to be Indians. So my mother was very smart, and she didn't want to disclose the things that she had went through growing up as a Mi'kmaq, an Indian in Bay St. George. You weren't taught anything about your culture or your language, and you pretty well were left in the dark, and you went along with the norm, which was totally English. When I was a boy, for 10, 12 years old, every summer, summertime, the Mi'kmaq would come from Cape Breton Island, because my roots are in Cape Breton Island. The Benoits, my mother's family, Benoits, they came from Cape Breton when they migrated to Newfoundland. And I guess, unbeknownst to us, because back then in those days, there was no telephones, and there was no, there was no, very little communications. There was no texting, and we had no cells. So basically, it was a message. We come, on a CN message from a telegraph office. So mom's relatives, distant relatives, they would call mom and send her a message, to us to say, we're going to come to Bay St. George, selling our baskets. So they would come across maybe half a dozen of the Mi'kmaq community will leave Cape Breton, and they would come across the ferry, take the train to St. Fittins, and they would go around St. Fittins, and then they would come to my house or our house in St. David's with their baskets, and mom would have them in, and they would probably sometimes have their supper and lunch, have a rest, maybe stay overnight. Sometimes they go on to Flat Bay and other places selling their wares. And we would say to mom, like, why are you letting those Indians stay here? We're going to be crucified tomorrow. We're going to school tomorrow. We'll be stoned, because, we're Indian lovers. Why are you doing that? And she would never tell us that she had the Mi'kmaq blood.
The cultural traditions I grew up with was you respect the land, you live off the land. So if you went and you fished, you played outdoors, you respected the outdoors, you respected the elders. You never spoke back to an elder. If you did, if it was your parent or your aunt or your uncle or anybody older than you, you were disciplined by them. It didn't matter. The community raised the child. So as a child, we grew up with being kind, being nice to each other. And if we got into a fight with someone, we had to go apologize. It was respect, humility, honesty. We grew up with what is known now as the 7 sacred teachings that we didn't know back then, but we lived it. So that's how we grew up.
We respected each other. People were a strong family. Your elders were well respected. And you always talked and listened to the stories of your elders, and the wisdom was there. And as a child, I was going around and visited all my great aunts and uncles and everything, and they'd have these stories to tell us.
But that was the norm. Like, my father was an avid, my father and mother were avid woodsmen. Like, my father, and they lived in the woods. We had to go into the back then. We picked blueberries and raspberries and partridge berries and bake apples right from the Flat Bay Barrens right to Cape Ray, all the Bay St. George. So we grew up in the woods. We grew up on the water. We fished, we hunted, we rabbits, and we done everything that culturally you had to do to survive. That was part of the landscape back in those days.
My grandparents, who I lived next door to, had farming. They did farming. They had potatoes, turnip, carrot, net, and they kept chickens and they kept cows.
It was a normal childhood. We played out in the grass. We played on, spent most time outdoors.
I grew up in a tiny community of Knowles Pond, which is just outside of Stephenville. And I was there until I was 18 years old. Then I went to university.
We lived off the land. My dad had, we had chickens, and we had, we fished, and we had sheep, and Mom had a spinning wheel for making wool garments. We hunted rabbits, moose. Growing up was, like I say, it was hard work. My dad also had sawmill that somebody had showed him how to make with a car engine, which before, I guess the Europeans had showed him how to do it using a wind and water mill. We were on vegetables and stuff as well. And my vehicle, when I was a child, I told my son, 15-year-old son, you got a quad right now, and you got a snowmobile. When I was your age, I had a horse and no saddle. We worked hard. Then the traffic as well, and fishing and all that stuff. But we always had food to eat. It was hard work. We spent most of our time outside. My mom and dad were all part of the Cape St. George Indian Band, but I was just a little kid myself, at the time. We knew about our Mi'kmaq ways. We knew about the medicines. We knew just certain herbs and roots could heal you. Mom was actually taught by her grandma. If your mom cooked you, made you a moose stew or a fish stew, and you didn't like it, well, you weren't going to eat anything else. That's all she would cook. But, just 11 of us, so 10 of us. And we were just going to eat whatever she cooked.
Every summer, we came to Flat Bay Brook. That's where I spent every summer when I was a child. And to me, those are my favorite memories. Hauling water from the brook, fishing from the river, and I remember spending time with my elders, and I was really lucky to be able to take part in all that stuff. It was a different experience than being in the city, and I was more comfortable there. So the people that I dealt with and the people that I played with, it was so different. It wasn't like being in the city because it was a more relaxed atmosphere and it was more naturally based. I remember, like I said, running around playing. If I fell and cut myself, it wasn't go to the store and get a Band-Aid, it was go poke a tree and get some bar gum. It was a very different experience because they were traditional ways. I just didn't know them as traditional ways at the time. So I feel very blessed to be able to have that in my life.
We did not grow up in a Mi'kmaq community. I did grow up in a Mi'kmaq household where at home we were taught to respect our past and our ancestors and to embrace our culture, which we did. We grew up in a very natively influenced home, not just art. My dad could actually speak some of the language. He did his damnedest to try and teach children a new language, but growing up in a small community, you didn't get to practice that very often, I could tell you that. But my dad was very proud of our background.
Sharing and providing for my family and for other people in the community wherever I can help out, which some people don't recognize as our culture. They figure it's all drumming and dancing. Hunting, fishing, sharing mostly. Everybody in the community, if somebody walked into your house and you were having dinner, you set a place for them at the table. Everything that we're seeing that people are experiencing off of TV now wasn't a part of our everyday life. And families stuck together, helped one another with everything that was needed. And for children, it was a freedom way of life. We spent most of our time outdoors playing, digging caves in the snowbank, playing hockey on the ponds. There was no stress from any outside world that I can remember as a kid.
With respect to growing up in a Mi'kmaq community, I grew up in Stephenville Crossing. Growing up at that time, Stephenville Crossing was a very safe community. We were very connected with each other. You could go into anyone's home and be given a cup of tea or a piece of bread and molasses. It was safe. We always made sure to take care of each other. If someone knew that, a woman was having a baby and wasn't really prepared, people in the community would gather together and help prepare her, providing clothing or diapers, things like this.
We spent a lot of time with our aunties and uncles. I mean, it was never really said it was a Mi'kmaq community per se. We knew who we were, right? We just took care of each other.
We knew we were Mi'kmaq and we were proud of it. We didn't necessarily celebrate more of the ceremony side of it, but the lived experience, the day-to-day, that was embedded in who we were. Some of us in our family learned the ceremony, started learning the language as we got older, And that's part of the traditions which we live with today, and that's been an amazing part of my growth.
Now, I grew up in Flat Bay. I was there until I was 6.5 years old. The community was very small. People helped each other.
It was fantastic. Lots of fun. I mean, very family oriented. Fishing, hunting, making everything that we made in terms of bartering. I never knew what I had learned culturally until I started teaching other people. I thought that everybody in Newfoundland knew that. I didn't realize that it was necessarily a Mi'kmaq way, but now I realize it because I have so many skills from childhood.
Growing up in Flat Bay was a fabulous experience. I feel quite privileged to have had the opportunity to grow up around strong women, men, and community. I mean, until I left the community, I thought everybody was Mi'kmaq, and I thought everybody looked after each other and lived off the land. So my experiences was phenomenal, and I feel very privileged. And I think it was a great foundation to pursue anything I needed to do in my life.
I grew up in a time when our community was isolated. There were no roads to come here. The only way we could get out would be to cross the river, Flat Bay River, if you were going in the St. George's direction, and if you were traveling west, you had to cross Fishel's River. Both of those rivers had us isolated. In the back country, there was not even a Trans-Canada Highway when I was a boy, and we had 90 miles of wilderness on the back of us, and we lived right on the coast. Where I grew up, I was probably about 500 yards from the ocean, so we lived on the seashore and in the wilderness. What was it like? Every field was fenced. There were no vehicles in the community, so therefore there was no need for roads that could be used by vehicles, but there were roads for horse and cart or horse and sleigh in the wintertime. Mostly everybody had their own little garden. Everybody did whatever they needed to do in order to survive. In the spring of the year, men would build 25, 30 lobster pots, and everybody would fish. It wasn't for the amount of money that you made, it was for having it for yourself, to have your own. And of course the excess was sold, and that would be used to buy the other items that you'd buy from the grocery stores. People lived almost as if the entire community was a family. Everybody helped everybody else. You had that teaching from observation, because that's how we learn. We learn from observing, that you had a responsibility to help that other person. That was the way of the community. Every adult lived like that, and every child followed the example. The people from Sandy Point who would come and fish on our shores here, and they would always share with our community. You know, like they never ever took. They'd sometimes land as much as 200 salmon a day. They never ever took the head or the spawns, the caviar. That was always given to the young people in the community who would spend their time around the shore. And in return, sometimes you'd go to the store to pick up something for them that they needed, or if there was somebody in the community, like there was an elderly lady who lived not too far from the beach where the fishermen would have their camps, and she'd sell cream, and because she had a cow, and she'd sell milk, and she'd sell eggs. Now the eggs didn't come from the cow; she had chicken too, but she would do these things, and it would be, younger boys and girls alike. It'd be our responsibility to take the money from the visiting fishermen from Sandy Point and go and buy their eggs and their milk and their cream for them and return it. And so it was. We were always excited to do that, because if we did that, we knew that when the boat landed in the evening or the next morning, if you were to the shore, because they haul their gear twice a day, you knew that you were going to get your share, if not all of the salmon heads. So it was entertaining. It was productive, and I recall, like, almost every evening in somebody's house in Flat Bay West here, there'd be a card game, and people would play 45s for It could be a cake, it could be a brace of rabbits, it could be a bag of turnips, it could be a set of pillowcases, whatever somebody decided that they were going to donate, to have people come to their house for an evening of entertainment, early 7 o'clock in the evening till, a good time in the evening, especially if you get some of the old creative people who brought entertainment along with their card skills. That was the things that would take place in our community that fill that void that we now rely on, which is the television set and the computers and everything else is there. So it's not a fault of the people, it's changing times and a different generation. The time that was normally spent by people understanding and knowing each other's values in the evenings in a house playing cards are no longer available to us. There were a lot of those people that were storytellers. Two of the best well-known storytellers in the community of Flat Bay come from our very own family, from the Whites. One of them was John White, who was my grandfather. He was a great storyteller. And his sister, of course, she was Susan White, previous to her marriage to Pat Benoit. She was also a storyteller. People would make an appointment to come to my grandfather's house on a Saturday night. They would when they would leave on Saturday, would say, now, everybody called him, if you didn't call him Mr. White, you called him Jack. He didn't mind you calling him Jack. And they would say, Jack, make sure that you keep a place for me next Saturday because I'm coming back. And because there's only so many people could go in the house. And believe me, sometimes there would be as many as 15, 20 people in the house sitting all around on the floor. Nobody sat on chairs. Everybody sat on the floor. And grandfather would turn, there was no electricity back then. We just had lamplight. He would turn the lamplight very low and he would open the stove door just enough to get a flicker of the fire on the wall, especially when he would be telling ghost stories. And I think this might be important, I should add. The very last story, and Susan likewise, and also Freddie Young, the very last story that they would tell in the evening, and usually these stories would conclude by 10:30, 11 o'clock. It wasn't an all-night thing. But the last story would be a prime ghost story. Again, when I got older in life, I learned why it was done that way. It was how they policed the young people. By telling these ghost stories, people would leave the house terrified. And of course, if you're terrified, everybody would leave and they'd be holding on each other. And the last two that would be to go to their houses were two that would live not too far from each other. So, say for instance, the houses would have been 300 feet apart. The last two people, the one would go to his or her house and stand up on the step and talk to the other one until he or she got to the door of their house. And when they got their hand on the knob, they sung out good night to each other and they barged in their house like if somebody was chasing them. That prevented vandalism. There was no vandalism by the young people. Very, very minimum, if not unheard of. Like people left everything out. I mean, you go down to the beach and there was rope and there was twine and there was lobster pots, and down on the beach we call Gentes Island, which is really Jonot's Island. There was cabins down there. There were cotton tents down there, and you'd go down there and you could go into cabins, and when the fishermen were gone home in the day, because they'd only come out in the night and stay there, and in the day they'd go home all day, either across to Muddy Hole or maybe down to Sandy Point, and you'd go there and you'd go in their cabins. We'd go pick up eggs on the beach, and we'd go in their cabin. We'd use their frying pan to fry up our eggs, and we'd eat their eggs, and our eggs, not theirs, that we gathered. And sometimes we'd, if we were tired, whatever the case may be, we even had a nap in the cabins. The community used to share its responsibilities, and that was culturally. Every different people had their own responsibility. Of course, the midwives like Susan and Nora Ann Shepherd and Minin, Mary Webb, they were they were more to deal with the sick. I mean, they deal with the pregnant women. They deal with bringing the children in the world to birth. They stayed if necessary. If they felt it was necessary to stay with that woman for a couple of days after she gave birth, depending on the complications during that birth, they knew all of those things, and they did that. They practiced that. That's my understanding of what culture was when I was growing up.
I spent most of my time between St. George's and Stephenville, Newfoundland, and in both of those communities there was, loads of kids around. It was a highly social time in the 80s and 90s. Visiting and, community and family gatherings were commonplace. People were always hanging out, dropping in, going to visit for tea, going to see your cousins was a huge thing. It was a time in my life when it was very family oriented, and the social aspect of our childhood was pretty, was at the forefront. So I mean, we got to see lots of people. We met many elders. We learned so many things from the older generations. It was a really good time to grow up. I mean, it was before the whole computer, Facebook, cell phone, social media age. And people really spent a lot of time together, and that's something that I really, when I look back on it, I really appreciate that. So I mean, in general, yeah, growing up in those communities was pretty good. When I look back on it, through the sort of sociological eye, I do see issues that became normalized in those communities when I was growing up. You had alcoholism, you had domestic violence, you had bullying, you had all sorts of those things. But like I say, for the most part, when I do reflect on my childhood, words like awesome come to mind. And I'm really appreciative of the places that I grew up, because we did have a lot of great things. I mean, we had nature was a huge thing for us. So we had, glistening rivers and ponds and places to swim, and, lots of berries to pick and things like that. So it was a very pristine sort of place to grow up in those two areas, because you didn't have to travel very far to see, the beauty of nature, which is something that I value dearly today, and I always have. So that was really great. And I mean, the other thing that I really appreciate when I look back on it was that social aspect, where around Christmas, your house was always full with someone. So if I was at home at my mom's place in Stephenville, or if I was at my grandmother's place in St. George's, or my father's place in St. George's, there was always, people coming in. It was like revolving doors, day in and day out. And at the time, you kind of take that for granted, because you don't really realize that could go away someday. And I mean, as a culture, as a generation, we really didn't think that was going to sort of evaporate ever, right? I know people still do visit people and things like that, but back in those days, it was far more commonplace to just pop into someone's house and knock on the door to find out if they were home, rather than texting them or, messaging them on Facebook, or even calling. I mean, back in my day, we would find out if people were home by biking over to their house, or running over to their house, or whatever. We'd all jump in the car and go for a drive and figure out if someone was home. And if not, we'd move on to the next place. So I really do appreciate that portion of my childhood and growing up in those two communities. Something that I look back on fondly. Like I say, despite the obvious, social issues that were present, that when I look back on them now, I go, wow, that was, pretty harsh. I really do appreciate the childhood that I had growing up in those communities.
I grew up, in the summertime we picked berries constantly until we could find no more. We learned how to catch and prepare fish. My father took me fishing, and even at my friend's house, when her father came home with fish, we would sit down with that pail of fish and clean every single one. So we became very efficient at that. I grew up listening to Newfoundland music and dancing. Visited family and friends without making plans. I grew up having animals constantly, all kinds of animals. I took care of them and respected them and was taught how to do so. I helped my grandfather, who lived next door to us, on his small farm. We did the hay every year. We collected eggs from the chickens and took care of the animals. Christmas time was very special in our family. We would all get together. All the family would come over and we would gather and have meals and music and of course alcohol. So that's kind of bottom line how I grew up, and also just exploring in the woods and learning what plants we could and couldn't eat and what was good to heal what was poison, and how to make a shelter. That would be something I would consider cultural.
You see, that people look at you differently, and then police look at you differently, and social workers look at you, and they have you labeled, which is very much a part of your identity, how other people see you. It's hard to reconcile, well, is my foundation correct, or are these people correct? So it's hard to reconcile that. Again, you have this foundation, you're a flat bayer, but then all these other people see you as something other, and then in trying to reconcile it, you become anxious, you become worried, you become like, well, who's really right? And start questioning yourself and all you are, and that triggers a lot of other things.
I did feel discriminated because I was Native and French, Jack guitar. I was called that from what I can remember, probably started about 4 or 5 years old. I was quite dark, especially in the summertime, and my father was quite dark. I was always called a jack guitar, which I had absolutely no clue what it meant, but I kind of figured it wasn't a great thing because of the way it was said to me. So I later found out what it meant.
2 or 3 years ago, I had a backhoe that I got, and I got it through Aboriginal funding, and they gave me about $46,000 that I didn't have to pay back. But anyway, I was working with the city of Corner Brook with the backhoe, and I was trying to help them to get some funding to upgrade their equipment or get equipment. But anyway, they didn't qualify, so they turned on me basically, and went to the city of Corner Brook and said, well, how can we compete against him when he's subsidized, sort of thing, Anyway, I ended up basically having to leave the city. They started bypassing me on the phone calls and not calling me in for work, and and I had payments on the back and stuff. And I ended up anyway. I had to sell her and pay her off. But we talk about lateral oppression, how people turn on each other. This is my own people that was turning on me. That done that, and I took it to the human rights. And after 4 years, they said that it wasn't enough evidence, I guess, to show that they discriminate against me.
I do see a divide in Native people and Agassiz, in white people. And there are times we're looked down on.
There wasn't a lot going on in the community. There was some people that would go, oh, well, you're not one of them. I can't believe you're, part of that. There's no more Mi'kmaq on you type of thing. It was upsetting. I went to work for a federal government organization, a Crown Corporation in Corner Brook. That's when I really seen racism. Every day I was reminded that I was a jack guitar from Bay St. George. I was asked, did I have toilets in where I lived? How did I live? Every day I was reminded that I was lesser than the people that surrounded me in my office from Corner Brook. And I've never witnessed that before, because being from Bay St. George and growing up, Flat Bay is such a close connection. I never seen that part of racism.
I can remember in grade 2, one of the girls, she got her spelling wrong, and the teacher stood her up in front of the classroom, and she strapped her hand so much that the blood was flying. Now, she wouldn't have done that to a St. George's person, And it seems to me like back then, like the people from Meadows Point were the ones that were treated worse than the ones from St. George's. Now, we still got our straps in that too, right? But the abuse, I would say, what we would call abuse today, we didn't get abused as much as the ones from Meadows Point. Now, people say that when the people from Flat Bay, students from Flat Bay started coming down, they were treated badly by the teachers and by the students here in St. George's.
It's been a lifetime of discrimination based on me being visibly Indigenous. A lifetime. You know, how one deals with that that's a personal level.
In curling, we were always labeled as Jackie Tars or curling rats. Humbermouth, which was east of Corner Brook, they kind of went through the same stigma because the breaks were up there, and they're known Mi'kmaq anyway. All our ancestry pretty much came out of the Bay St. George area. You know, being labeled as Reds and looked at as Jackie Tars and stuff like that, we were kind of looked at as less, I guess.
I remember when I went to university first, and that was back in the 70s, because as soon as I said I was from the Bay St. George area or St. George's, I was always said that I was a Jackie Tar. So that was my only. I didn't know the term prior to that. You're a Jackie Tar. You're one of those.
Like the first year we had our powwow, I can remember being on Main Street in Stephenville. A lot of people were here from out of town, a lot of different faces, because powwow brings in a lot of different people. And people who grew up here, so just for instance, one of them was a Benoit. Like, I'm sorry, you can't deny it. You're Mi'kmaq. So when you hear them talk on CBC and being so derogatory and so, oh my gosh, they were talking about, well, you know, I might have native blood, but I don't need to be going around with feathers sticking off my clothes and going around with a drum, pounding on a drum to say that I'm native. And they were really being negative towards people who were.
For me, being visibly Mi'kmaq, I mean, some of us are, and you are judged on that. I'm more of a brown-skinned person. So I lived temporarily or for a very short time on the base in Stephenville, which was, the American base. Most of the children that I went to school with in Stephenville were lighter-skinned American. There were some African-American, some black kids that went to school, but I was picked out, and because I spoke differently and I looked differently, I grew up with the derogatory term effing Jacketar. Anyway, my mother, who's not dark-skinned like I am, although she's Mi'kmaq, always told us, hold your head proud. That means that you're a French Indian. That's a beautiful thing. You're unique. It was tough. It was tough even by some of the teachers, to be honest with you. I felt like we were treated differently because of the way we looked. The hardest part of learning through school was getting past the assumed opinions that other people had of you. Like a lot of the children I don't know if they weren't allowed to play with us or what it was, but in my family in particular, we stuck together, my brother and my sisters, because of that.
Being a gay man growing up in a small town of St. George's, it was every day for the better part of 7 years until I left. And I don't mean just little things, being called fag, fruit, everything you could possibly imagine related to that, being bullied, punched, pushed because of it. It was difficult, and it still exists there today. And I have a nephew living there today who is gay as well, and the retribution he's receiving is still, it's despicable. In some cases, it's even worse because of social media today. So, absolutely, I witnessed it. I had a couple of friends who were extremely overweight, and how they were treated. It was difficult to watch at times, and being gay at times, you learn to hide it from society, not to be ridiculed. But when you're that much overweight, you can't necessarily hide it. So it's something that's visual and it's seen and it's predominantly picked on every day. So absolutely witnessed it on a scale in a small community that it was unbelievable for a small community. And I can assure you, I'm not exaggerating.
Once you said you were from Flat Bay, you were treated differently anyway, whether it was school or in church or wherever. Discrimination, when we left Flat Bay School, we had to go to St. George's. Grade 8, we went down then from grade 7. When we went to grade 8, we went there. And I remember getting off the bus and a couple of high school students would be chanting like, Jackatar, Jackatar. And, you know, it was just sad. A dirty, lazy Indian, it wasn't a good thing. And so I wasn't, you know, some people I know wear it as pride, you know, that I'm a French Indian. But my experiences, however and wherever I arrived at it from, was that it was a lazy Indian. And I didn't think I was a lazy Indian.
I would tell someone, hey, I'm Native, and feel very proud of that, and feel very excited and enthusiastic about telling someone I'm Native, you know, because to me, I had this ideal of reverence for the Native people that I saw through, you know, movies and TV. North of 60, the TV show, really opened my eyes to the Native culture, and I really felt like, wow, man, like those, you know, the character Peter, played by Tom Jackson, was somebody that I really looked up to and was like, wow, you know, and he reminded me of my Uncle Ted, who was also involved in, you know, in Native relations and things like that. And I saw him as a very positive Native figure. And I thought, wow, you know, like, this is great. Like, I want to go and brag that I'm Native. And sometimes that would be met with, who cares? Why would you want to be a dirty old drunk Native and stuff like that? And at the time, I didn't really see it as discrimination, because they weren't, you know, lashing out at me. It was, they were lashing out at this misconception of Natives, you know, that all Natives are drunks and all Natives are this and that, you know, stupid or whatever, which is totally untrue. But at the time, lack of knowledge, the ignorance that, you know, we all had for the Native culture, even a lot of Natives themselves, and, you know, not knowing that a large portion of the island of Newfoundland was, in fact, Native, really fed into that whole idea of, I'm Native, but I don't really want to brag about it.
You know, if there was any sports or anything, they never asked the kids from Flat Bay to play on the extracurricular games. You know, we never got asked those things.
I guess my biggest impact with discrimination would be when I first went to school in St. George's. Going into the high school, you know, getting off the bus, our first words was, you know, there's those jacketars. Had no idea what it even meant. Had to go home and ask my mom what it meant. Didn't even realize that they were mocking us. So, you know, being labeled because of where you came from, you know, was, I guess, their idea of, you know, what we were, I guess. And one other discrimination that, as an adult, I went to an Aboriginal conference, and an elder in this community spoke up for me because I guess wasn't made fun of, but I was looked down on because I didn't have dark hair and dark skin and dark eyes. And this elder spoke up for me and said that, you know, she is a good person and has great ideas, and I think people should listen to, you know, everyone and give everybody a chance. So, yeah, so discrimination on both sides.
My first supervisor called me, I mean, it was horrible. He called me a half-breed for the first year that I was at my first post.
I have seen some discrimination through high school. Not the most negative or kind of condescending way towards myself, but I was proud to be Native. I would always express it, and my friends would always come to me with what seemed to be kind of ways to make fun of the culture, and it was very frequent. The kind of ridicule of the culture from my friends could count as an abuse.
I was teased, you know, even when I got older and went to Halifax to visit. You know, people were calling me Jackator even though we're in Halifax.
You were ticketed as a person from Flat Bay, a troublemaker, a rowdy, and it came from some of the older generation that used to go to the clubs, have a few beer and fight. So automatically you were tagged as a troublemaker from Flat Bay.
Where people say, I heard you got your status. You have status? I said, yeah, I've had my status for years. You know, thanks to the taxpayers, you know, you must have that to get your free cars, tax-free cars, do you? You know, you must have that to get your tax-free this, your tax-free that. We need to say yes, but, you know, you got to realize we were shortchanged, you know. I mean, you know, our rights are being jeopardized because our culture is being jeopardized. And we want to stand up and make a statement. You know what happens? You know, you're unions again, looking for more money. You know, and that one, you know, it's going to take a few generations before that goes away. Because that's the mindset. Every day there's racism.
Growing up, my grandfather was from Flat Bay, and my great-grandfather was also from Flat Bay. So there was always a connection there, and there was always a back and forth of visiting. I never seen Flat Bay or Shallop Cove different than any other community until I got in my teens and I started going to college in Corner Brook and started working in Corner Brook and realizing that people do think you're differently because you're from a smaller community or because you're a Jackie Tar, or they didn't know it was Indian at that point. But yeah, realizing that people consider you lesser, it can either turn you from being a part of society or it can make you stronger. And I'm a very stubborn person, and my father and mother always taught me to do what was in my heart and do what was right. And if I believed in something, to go for it. So when met with these challenges and people thinking I was lesser, I had no problem challenging them and asking them why and what gave them the right to judge me. And I think that's why I'm such a stubborn person today, is because, like, just because I didn't grow up in a mansion or have all the perks in life that some people have doesn't mean that I'm lesser. We all had a role to play. So the men had a role, the women had a role. There was no hierarchy. We were all just so. Like, we all had a part to play in a family. And women had the same place as men. There was no difference. But when I joined the political realm of Halibu Council, I was treated differently as a woman. I was less as a woman. And it blew my mind because I was never treated less because I was a woman.
I've had a male member, me just sitting at the computer doing my work, and I've had a male member come up behind me who was respected, who was married to a very lovely person, and come up and start giving me a deep massage with his crotch in my back, basically saying, you're so stressed, Michelle, I can help relieve your stress if you want me to. You know, and I just jumped up, and because I was trying to get my work done, and I couldn't get it done in the regular room where everybody had their computers set up because there was too much distraction. So I went into this room that was for 4 people, but there was nobody there. So I said, well, I'll just sit down and I can get it done. And this is what I had happened to me. I told some girls? Did I go to the supervisor? Absolutely not. Did I tell anybody about it officially? Absolutely not. Because I knew from other people's experiences that you don't rat other people out, you don't rock the boat. As a woman, it's just not going to do you any favors. As women, we're kind of raised to fix things and be the ones to kind of do things and make them better. And so I always, you know, it makes me so mad because I look back and I think, why was I just went with the flow. I didn't want to cause disruption. I didn't want to ruin anybody's name, even though I was suffering inside. I didn't want to rock the boat because that's what's instilled with you too. You just deal with it. It'll go, you're going home at the end of the day, make the best of it, and suck it up, buttercup. Oh, how many times I heard told that, I could smack the face off of them now. But I just wish that I had been, I don't care, whistleblower, I don't care, I should have stood up and just, because that's what hurts me sometimes, the fact that I didn't stand up for myself.
I did experience discrimination. I've often said that I felt like I grew up in two worlds. I'm Mi'kmaq and proud to be Mi'kmaq. I get my heritage through my mother. My father is Irish, and I grew up equally with that side of my culture with his family. And because of that, because I refused to put down one or the other, I felt that I was discriminated against. Because I felt that people felt, would think that I wasn't a real Indian, whatever that real Indian was. I often felt judged based on my looks because of my fair skin and hair color. My own family would make fun of me because I was so white. I would often say that I was too white for the Indians and too Indian for the white people. So I really didn't know where I belonged. And it really, really impacted how I viewed myself and my place in the world. As an adult, I came to realize that there's a lot of abuse that happens in our town still today. We've grown up with generational abuse and trauma to a large extent. People still don't want to talk about it. People still don't want to acknowledge the abuse that they lived with because to them it was just normal. And I'm talking every form of abuse. I'm talking physical abuse, mental abuse, sexual abuse. It happened, but people didn't want to talk about it. That has stunted us. That has stunted us as people. That has stunted us as a community. And that pain and that fear that we grew up with still affects how we navigate the world around us and how we see ourselves, how we see our place in the world. My view on the church in Mount Cashel was very much impacted by my personal experiences. As I stated earlier, my parents moved us into St. John's when I was a young girl, and I was actually attending school with many of the boys who lived at Mount Cashel when it actually broke open. So one day they were at school and the next day they were gone, and we were young. We didn't know what was going on. It was one of confusion. And then as I started to hear the news and pay attention to what happened, I was afraid and confused for my friends. And again, that fear got embedded in me. I grew up hearing stories about how the nuns and the priests had treated my mom and her siblings and treated them so cruelly that my personal relationship with the church and organized religion again became one of fear. Afraid of what they were going to do to me and my loved ones.
The churches of today, has such a divide between Catholic and Protestant that you couldn't. When the Catholics are on one side of the street, the Protestants on the other, or the roadway, and I think knowing that the native population was primarily Catholic, and you lived in a Protestant community, didn't help the cause. So you had no other choice but to keep your heritage undercover, secret, your culture undercover, secret. Yes. If you ever went to a place that people
So I was born in Curling, and I was born in Curling. I mean, I was born in the house with midwives, and so I wasn't born in Corner Brook. And Curling never became a part of Corner Brook until around 1959, amalgamated. But so drilling down, trying to figure out what set the scene, I guess, or the way things were, because it was brutal here. And to me, it all came down to basically the Catholic Church and the control the Roman Catholic Church had over the people, the influence it had on government, municipalities, and stuff like that. So I went to the nuns, and I went to the Christian Brothers, and then obviously it was the priests and the bishops, stuff like that. The brothers and the nuns and stuff like that, I found like they were, all they wanted to do was beat the shit out of you. Their idea of motivation was beat the shit out of you. For some reason, I don't know why. In the context of that, I guess, our parents were certainly, at least my parents, very little education. I think they had a grade 3. He was from Port Peninsula. He was from Chiefs Cove. And his mother was a young from Lord, and his father was a Gesso from Lower Cove. So we were, we couldn't hide. We were labeled, and we really couldn't hide it. So, like I say, the motivation there was kick the shit out of you and control you that way. The fear of God was really put into our parents, and from there it was kind of instilled into us. And if you stepped outside of that, I mean, the priests and the nuns and the brothers would deal with you. And like I said, it was always violence. That overshadowed everything that kind of went on growing up in Curling. Where it was police, you were dealing with the police, or don't matter who you're dealing with, it was all the same, you know? So they kind of set what the culture was and who fit in and who didn't fit in. And I can tell you, Curling people didn't fit in. Neither did Hummerroad, so. Yeah, so I'm just trying to put everything, I guess, sort of in context. And I'm dealing with this myself now, trying to make some sense of it also.
My mother was met my father, Stephen Crossing. He came from a prominent white family in St. David's. He was with the railway. My father was educated. My grandfather was a teacher from the East Coast. My grandmother was a educated teacher from Bay St. George. They met in St. George's, the top of St. George's, and the three met, and they settled back in St. David's and had their family. My father met my mother when he was on the railway, and she was in service. She went to work as a servant girl when she was 13 years old, or her sister, and she was when she was a Catholic, and when she had a very, very high weight, because back then if you were a Mi'kmaq descendant and you were a Catholic, you were pretty well an Indian. You were savage, you know, and she was dubbed as a savage. She was called every name under the book, from savage to, you know, to Jackie Star. She went through more bad depression than I would have. And in some of the church records, you'll see that when colonials married natives, the Eagle Church record said married savage, so Benoit, or so Benoit. So even the church dubbed them as savages. And my mother tells me stories during the Depression. I mean, those kids, the Aboriginal kids, they would spend 10, 12 hours, 14 hours a day working in lobster factories in Cape St. George, and their pay was a bucket of lobster bodies.
The church was the biggest problem in our community and any other community, because they wanted to control everything. When I was young, if a bishop came in, you had to fall on your knees and kiss his ring. The church wanted to control all the laws, all the traditions that we never experienced, but was part of our culture, was all suppressed by the church. You can blame it on whoever you want, but it was the church. It's the church that come here and made the new rules, changed our names. That was our biggest problem, and it still is.
They thought they were the voice of the community. They were and many people feared the priest. And the priest was the one with the iron fist. And if the priest said jump, you said how high. And I think most people feared him because of all the stuff that he taught. Lightning bolts were going to hit you if you didn't listen to him. If you didn't do what he told you. And I know I was aware of when I was growing up that some kids, like my sister's ex-husband, for instance, when he was young, he was sent to Mount Cashel. There's a lot of that stuff going on. We hear a lot of horror stories about how the church had treated them badly in every way possible, evil in every way possible. So the church was to me, it seemed like a source of great evil, preaching great good. So it was kind of a strange mix. For me, I'm more spiritual than religious. I strongly believe in the power of Jesus' Gospels when he was teaching in the Mount, in Galilee and all that stuff. And those Gospels, who would argue with anything in those Gospels? Are very good wisdom, no doubt. But the church itself was created afterwards, a great evil empire, that creates great evil in the name of good, and I thought that was just terrible. So I'd rather be more spiritual and respect everything, respect nature, because we're supposed to be we are part of everything around us. We're not above everything around us, We're sisters and brothers to everything around us: the water, the plants, the animals, the trees, the sun, and the moon, and the stars. And the church was very aggressive, and I thought in the way they tried to control the people.
With the culture here, when we started having ceremonies and getting together as our group was flourishing and becoming bigger, and learning a lot of the culture and the ceremonies and stuff. There was an elderly couple that came out of one of the ceremonies, and the building was full. And the lady was crying, and she was an older woman, and her and her husband were walking away from the building, and I said, what happened? Is there a reason that you're crying? I'm sorry, what's going on? And she said, well, me and my husband are devout Catholics, and I was just told by someone who considered themselves an elder there that there's no room here for you to be both. You're either a Mi'kmaq or you're Catholic. And I could just see the stress in her, and for as much as what I had gone through with the Catholic Church, I still have my faith. Sometimes the faith in humanity goes away, but then it comes back again. But I did tell her, I said, please ignore that person. I don't know who you're talking about, but you need to realize that there is room for both. And I'm telling you that there's room for both. Just because you're coming to these cultural events doesn't mean you have to stop being Catholic. You were born, she was an elderly woman, you were born and raised with your faith, and I wouldn't expect, and the majority of us wouldn't expect you to walk away from it. My mother was a devout Catholic her whole life, and she was a better person for it. She contributed to the Catholic faith. And I guess Mom may have gone through a lot growing up as well, in Bay St. George with the Catholic school system, like many people did. Everybody had their own experiences to take away from. I mean, it wasn't negative for everybody. But they certainly seen a lot go on. And I just told them, you keep going to church, and you do, if it's something that makes you a better person, don't stop doing it. And I tell everybody that no matter what it is in their life or what they're doing, it doesn't even have to have anything to do with faith. But if it's something that makes you a contributing member to society, that you're helping people and not hurting people, don't stop doing it, because we need more of that, So the tears lifted, and I think she went away feeling better, and thank goodness I did see her come back. Even though I'm not, I still consider myself Christian, and I will go to church when I feel the need to. I've just seen with my job, and not just my job, but just other things, personal and otherwise, the negativity, the Mount Cashel. I was living in St. John's going to university when that was going on, and I couldn't remove myself from the TV when they had the preliminary inquiry. It was horrible. Everything that I was going through, that I went through with the nuns, was coming back to me, and I just wanted to reach through the TV and hug them. It was horrible what those boys endured there. It wasn't until I seen an interview with Buffy St. Marie, and this is a couple of years ago, and she said it was so true, that the Catholic Church turned their men into pedophiles, turned them into abusers. And I say that, I believed it, and I said, you know, you either become an abuser or you become an advocate for the abused. You know, you'll see that a lot. And when I look at all of the encounters that I've had with pedophiles over the years and the families who've been the victims of it, you can see why, because it's what they learned. The church preyed on people with no resources. They were poor background. It's like with everything, you just got that small few that make it so bad for so many, you know? So when you would see that the poor people who didn't really have a lot, they would see that the parents are struggling, and the parents would see that their children were being embraced by the faith, you know, the Catholic faith, and oh my God, they were so proud, and I think it just made their heart full that they wanted their child to participate or to help the church. It was an honor. It was an honor back then, you know, and then to see what actually was done with some of them, it's unforgivable, really, you know. It was like a domino effect of explosive, just such emotion from being so hurt at such a young age. They couldn't cope, just couldn't cope. So you wonder why a lot of our men in the culture, they have to find their way again, you know.
Well, the church religion, Catholic religion within our community has always been very strong. And I grew up, you know, whether I wanted to participate in that or not, you did, because that's what the community did, and that's what you were told to do. I follow a more spiritual practice now within my culture. To me, spirituality and religion are two completely separate things.
The church was the most powerful institute in the community. It dominated the community. Our people were Catholics. They had been Catholics for many, many generations. Actually, I think it was 1610 when Grand Chief Membertou got christened as a Catholic with 25 members of his family, and shortly thereafter, the rest of the Mi'kmaq people became Catholics also. So our people, from the very, very early ages, were always practicing the Catholic faith. And the Catholic Church, like many other churches, I would suppose, even though I only belong to the Catholic Church, they always sought empowerment, not of the people, but empowerment of themselves. That took place here in the community. There was one story that went around when people started again realizing that there had to be some pushback, that you couldn't have your life totally dominated by a religion. There was one story about a priest who every year people in the community would organize what was known as a garden party, and people in the community would donate everything for that garden party. It would be three days of celebration with food, and similar to the powwow, but it was organized by the church, and every cent that was made was given back to the church. You'd have to buy your meals, you'd have to pay to get into the dance, and all of that stuff was all available. They'd have 1 year in Flat Bay East, Money Hole we call, and then they'd also have one in St. Teresa's, because we had church in both ends of the village. And the story goes that the priests, without any consideration whatsoever, went to a gentleman who had a large family and had an oxen that he used to use in the woods to haul his firewood, and he also used to plow up his land. And what happened was the priest went to him and said, I want your oxen because we need meat for the garden party, so tomorrow I want you to kill it. So he killed his oxen and gave it to the church. And that was, whether that story was true or not, because it may have been before my time, because I remember the story from an early age, but it was used in later years just to identify how powerful the church was, that man was willing to give up an animal that was crucial to his livelihood just because he felt obligated to obey the orders of the priests. So the priests, they were very, very, very powerful.
I walked away from the church because all that stuff was just, it was just overflowing with me, all that negative aspect, that how it treated me as a child. I often wonder how I would have dealt with everything had I been removed from that environment when I was younger, you know?
Because religion was always pushed towards us. And when I moved to Stephenville, I ended up becoming one of the head altar boys in Stephenville itself. So church was always a big portion of it. Now later on in life, once again, I started to move away from the church because I never got really, I was involved in the religion aspect of it, but I learned that you didn't need religion. You need the spiritual aspect of our cultural identity to move us forward. So I really didn't need the religious side of it.
Mount Cashel was devastating. You know, what we had considered and believed and known, actually, as children that was happening instinctively or through word of mouth from other people, the children that had been sent there, we knew intuitively that there were things going on there. That was devastating, absolutely devastating, because it confirmed, it validated our worst thoughts. I'm still angry about it today. I'm a woman who is sat on the board at the National Family Advisory Board for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. I helped write a lot of the calls to justice in the Truth and Reconciliation booklet. So it's not only politically, it's a human rights issue. A lot of people were taken, a lot of children were taken from their parents, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. But Mount Cashel has had an everlasting scar in life, not only for us, you know, as a Newfoundlander, Mi'kmaq, coming from a Mi'kmaq community, but in the world. I mean, my gosh, you know, something you never, it's devastating. Yeah, and a lot of people still suffering, you know, as we talk about residential schools or whatever kind of day schools, or whether you were put out temporarily into, you know, non-native homes. It's disturbing, the things that happened to the more vulnerable. Broken my trust in religion.
Hard to say with the church. The church is, I really have no much use for the church anymore since Mount Cashel, to be honest with you.
When I hear Mount Cashel, like a black cloud comes to my mind.
That was devastating. I mean, once I learned about that stuff, it kind of made me reevaluate what I wanted to do in my my faith journey. That I was, I went to a Catholic school in St. George's and in Stephenville, and during that time, I always had a lot of reverence for the teachings of the Catholic Church. The parables and stories of Jesus and all the good portions of it, that, if I thought that if I live my life by some of these, I'll be a worthwhile person. And then years later, when I found out, what was going on and what had happened to a lot of kids and, with the priests and things like that, it really, I was like, wow, that's really made me think. So I didn't get confirmed in grade 9. I sort of walked away from the church as we were all dressed up and ready to go.
The church was a must. It was something that we had to do. We had to go to church every Sunday, no matter what happened. So it was a forced place to be. And I never really had a relationship with church because it was something I was made to do. So I didn't like doing it. The priest up preaching at a time when we all knew that there was a priest in our local area that was assaulting little boys and molesting little boys. I could never understand how something that was supposed to be a hierarchy and set examples for our people when they're actually hurting our people. So the church to me, growing up, it didn't mean much.
I haven't gone to church in a good 8 years. I never really paid much attention to anything to do with the church. But I do know most of my friends are atheists and do not go to church or anything to do with the church.
My grandmother was very religious, but she didn't attend church. She still respected God and lived by the teachings, of the sort of the Catholic, but pretty much every religion, like do unto others, kind of, help people when you can. And I sort of kept that mentality, but I wasn't, I didn't go to church as much anymore or see the structural sort of institution as the, the path to the righteous life that I wanted to live. So I kind of backed away from the church itself, kept my connection with God through, my respect for my grandmother and things like that. And like I say, having something to believe in, but it wasn't to the point where, I would ever give respect to those people who hurt youth. And then years later, when I went away to university and I learned in depth about the residential schools and what had gone on, and then the impact that Christianity and Catholic life had on Native communities throughout history, I really sort of took a turn away from that institutional church sort of mentality. Not to knock it. I mean, I've never said, if people go to church, they're stupid or whatever like that. It's just after hearing and learning about the impact that organized religion had on Native lives over the decades, over the hundreds of years, it really made me have a bit of resentment for that sort of strict institutionalization, that created the residential schools, and that really impacted and created a shockwave of disruption in the Native culture, and also created generations and echo, through generations of trauma, right? So my ideals of the church growing up and now they've changed.
Is interesting because I always reconcile with the damage that the church has done to particularly our Mi'kmaq language, but I also recall that 6 o'clock during Lent, you went in any house, especially Stanley Lezica's house, you were on your knees, saying the rosary, and even though that wasn't a good thing, it wasn't a bad thing, but it's also part of our foundation. Part of how we are or why we are is because of the experiences that shaped us, and the Catholic religion, whether we like it or not, shaped us. Schools, we had Sisters of Mercy, but I never thought they were very merciful. They would line us up before we'd go in school. They had toothpicks to check our head. We'd have to turn our hands and turn them over, make sure our nails was clean. And then we'd have to stand up on the corridor of this was the St. Anne's School, the last St. Anne's School. And we had to, if we never went to church on Sunday, we had to stay there. So, but if we went to church, we were allowed to go to our classrooms after the Our Father, Hail Mary, and the Glory Be prayers.
The nun that I had was detrimental to how I thought about myself. She was very demeaning, and I felt like I really truly felt I was the only one going through it. All the other kids that were there, they were from Gander, being raised in Gander and that. I could never figure out why she was targeting me, slapping me across the face and bullying me and not allowing me, like she would put me in a corner for no reason. And I was scared to tell my parents. And it wasn't until my mother started, my mom's cousin started teaching at the school that she told Mom and Dad what was going on. And so my father went and confronted, I guess, I don't know the jigs and reels, maybe the both of them did, but they did go talk to the nun at the time. She was the principal, and basically was told, do not touch my daughter again, do not do this, or else. And I thought that was the end. I was mortified because I had to go back to that school. And when I went back to that school, it got worse. And I still never told Mom and Dad because I just felt it was going to get worse and worse and worse. And so I just put up with it. And the child in me was just getting worked out. And I don't know why. I don't know that the Catholic school system knows who your kin is, where you're from, where your roots are from, and what your roots consist of. And sometimes I think, I don't know if it's a paranoid thing, but sometimes I think I was, that look that they talk about, that native look, right? Like I was a darker child, I had darker hair, and it, you know, I don't know if that had anything to do with it, or if she just knew that I was from the West Coast. And wish she did. And so it just went on, and I just couldn't wait to get out of that system.
I grew up with the nuns as teachers and principals and that, and they were very, very cruel. I can remember one time when I got in trouble, and I got punished by the nuns. I got strapped really hard, and my mother was very upset about that, and she went to talk to the nun about it. And the nun had phoned my mother and said, I guess you're going to punish her when she gets home again. And my mom said, no. She said, I will not punish her. So, like, my family they were supportive of the school system, but just like with the church, there were boundaries. And my mom did not appreciate when the boundaries were broken. And like I said, the family unit was left to the family, and the church or the school should not have interfered with it.
It wasn't until grade 7 that I realized the stereotypes that teachers had and people had in schools, because grade 7 was the year that Flat Bay came to school, and it was amazing to me because I met my best friend, Michelle Bennett. When the day she got off the bus, we became instant best friends. And every weekend I'd spend in Flat Bay or she'd spend in Shallop Cove. And it wasn't until then that I realized how people had stereotypes about Flat Bay or about Shallop Cove, and they thought we were lesser people because we didn't live life in a certain way. So when it comes to schools, that I always remember realizing that, oh, there is racism in our society, and it never struck me till that point. School taught me two things: that you'll have lasting friendships, and there was racism.
Coming up through school, I was definitely bullied, and which is why I stayed to myself or my own siblings. I was definitely picked out of a crowd. Definitely. And I didn't really find my voice till probably grade 9 in school. And when I found my voice, I reacted in violence because I didn't know how else. We were never given the tools really in our community. We weren't bullied in our community necessarily, so we weren't given the tools. And certainly in my family, I was given the tools, and the tools for me were physical, and that got me into some trouble.
The teachers were bullies. The Sisters of Mercies were not merciful at all. They were bullies. I saw the Sisters of Mercy take an individual. I won't say his name because he's not alive now, but we used to have to wear a uniform. And for the girls, it was gray skirts, red tights, and white blouses. For the boys, it was gray pants and white shirt. He never had the gray pants. And for 3 days, he wore jeans. Oh, I thought he was so cool. I loved him so much. But anyway, yeah, he wore jeans. And I remember a Sister of Mercy, a nun, that was so mad with him. And she took the desk and just threw him across the room back and forth. And it wasn't his fault that he didn't. It was his parents. We were in grade 3. And so I did see that abuse. Another time, the same individual got in a fight with one of the kids outside of school during recess. And when, again, a sister took him from class to class by the ear to say, he had to say he did wrong and I was sorry. And he wouldn't say it. She took him, we only went to grade 7. She took him to class. And when he got to our class, we were grade 5. So 10 and 11 years old, she pulled down his pants in front of us and strapped him, and he cried. And she took satisfaction in breaking him because she made him cry. And I will never forget that to this day. That was a Sister of Mercy.
school in our community was pretty good because we were taught by some teachers from this area, but some other teachers, I think, they were trying to make us into what they thought we should be versus letting us, I guess, grow into the person or into the culture and embracing what we do here.
School itself, I didn't spend a whole lot of time in one, so it was a very disorganized place. What had happened was that you had teachers who were brought to the community from elsewhere. And thank God for that, because that's how I met my wife. She was brought here as a teacher. They would have had absolutely no understanding, and they would be very, very ill-equipped to be able to deal with it in an illiterate community, because the community itself was illiterate. It wasn't like you come from a family where education would have been a priority in the home. Education was never a priority in the home of children my age. It became a priority much later. But children my age, priority was in the home was if you could work. So if you got up in the morning in the wintertime, and if your father was away in the lumber woods, you got up in the morning and you said, I'm going to take the dog and sleigh and I'm going to go in the woods and get a load of birch wood. Your mom was mixing bread that morning, so she needed some nice birch to keep good fire in for to bake the bread. Nobody said, your mom never said to you, well, no, you can't go, you have to go to school. She helped you get ready and packed you a sandwich and you went in the woods. So that was a way of life. If it was stormy and it was cold and you felt the best place for you to be that day was in school, you decided, well, I won't go in the woods today, it's too cold, I'm going to go to school. So it was kind of like, it's there. If you want it, you go to it. If you don't want it, you don't have to go. All grades, all ages, from kindergarten to I think the highest grade might have been grade 8. I don't think anybody come out of there with more than grade 8. That would have been the highest level.
It wasn't easy, really, especially for me personally, because I grew up in a family of 16. I was the youngest one of 16, and at a year and a half old, my mom died. My mom passed away, so I grew up without a mother, so it was difficult in those years, very difficult.
And we had these one-room schoolhouses. People walked over, and their homes were all over the place too, like up in the woods and the trees and the mountains everywhere. These little kids had to walk through deep snow in a time when we used to get a lot more snow. Bring an armful of wood, to school, and they were very strict with the kids. Like to them, everybody had to be, you're all European, and you had to look like European, you had to act like European. So, you get rid of your braids, get rid of your long hair. Get rid of any symbols. You weren't allowed to speak French. They would actually punish you for speaking French. And I mean, God forbid if you knew any word of Mi'kmaq, you definitely wouldn't say it on them. They didn't really have anything to do with that. So the church, the schools were pushing that same agenda that the church was pushing as well, right?
Growing up, for me, school was horrible. That's why I left school at 15 years old. Because not only did I grow up without a mother, so that meant going to school, not exactly clean, and there was no lunches and that kind of stuff that Mom always did, right? In the younger years in school, I was just tortured because I was also crippled, right? I had polio when I was a kid. So going to school was a torture, really, for me. It was a lot of making fun of, and going to school dirty and stuff like that there, where mother wasn't there to take care of that. Well, it was hard on, was made fun of it, stuff like that.
The schools, they just didn't have what it took to educate us in our native background in any way. It was never talked about. I don't remember any of the history books even mentioning it. Natives in general were mentioned, but the fact that our community was of native descent was not discussed. It was not encouraged. We grew up in a white man's neighborhood, and we grew up in a Catholic school. Most of the teachers in my lower grades were nuns. So religion was more predominant in our culture, Catholic religion, than our own beliefs and our own culture and customs, which is a shame.
People around me, apparently, though I didn't know about it at the time, there were priests, there were friends of mine that were being abused by the priests at the church here. But I wasn't aware of it until after it all came out, of course.
A few of the children in our community did experience living in Mount Cashel, but they never came home and talked about it.
I was ridiculed at the church as well, as you can imagine, And I have a good friend of mine that I grew up with. I won't mention his name here. I know for a fact he was fondled by a priest in our neighborhood in St. George's.
You went home and told your parents that what the priest done or the nuns or whatever, you probably get another licking because they were really, there's no way the priest would tell a lie or stuff like that. So they were victims. That's what, they were victims of the church. Schools, like I said, was run by the Roman Catholic Church, and the nuns and the Christian Brothers, they were, like I said, they'd rather smack you across the face than try to motivate you some other way. The Roman Catholic Church set the temple, and I think it was probably, they had the control, and I think that was given to them by the provincial and certainly federal government. They might have had to do mostly with simulation and anything else. When we were kids, my age, teenagers, the nuns used to say to us and the Christian Brothers and the priests, like, you were never allowed to hang around non-Catholics because they were bastards. And the rationale for them being the bastards was that their parents wasn't married because they weren't Catholics. They weren't Roman Catholics. So they used to be pounded into us, and in the weekends, Friday night, Saturday, if there was a dance to one of the non-Catholic schools, and we went to it, well, on Monday morning, you paid hell in school because the nuns or the brothers would single you out and ask you what you were doing there, and you weren't supposed to be there and stuff like that. So that's the kind of control that they had over the psyche, I guess, of the people. And I've never ever seen a nun or a brother do the dances, so it tells me that someone within our peer group was informing them what was going on. So that's just a small example of what was going on in those days.
I walked in two roads with regards to schools. My parents very much valued education and placed high importance on that for myself and my siblings. The value of education was seen as this was our route to a better life. So they always told us that we had to do well in school, and the expectation was that we weren't just going to finish high school. My siblings and I were expected to go on to university and complete higher education. I do know that that's different than a lot of the experiences for many of my friends and relatives. School was something that you had to go to because you were told you had to go to, and you got out of it as soon as possible, that it wasn't important at all, that getting out and making your way in the world was far more important than anything you could learn sitting at a desk.
Social services became a dependency after Confederation. My dad had 3 sisters that moved away when they were teenagers. It was a common practice, at least once a year, that they would send boxes of clothing on the train to the local post office. And there were a couple of other families in the community who had relatives away who would do likewise. And if there was anything that fit anybody, of course, that was given to the person that the clothes fit. But if it didn't fit, mostly everybody was very skilled in sewing, cutting and sewing. So the clothes would be cut over, it would be sewed, and it would be made fit. So my generation here in Flat Bay West, and I guess the same thing in Flat Bay East, I didn't know a lot about them, we wore a lot of hand-me-downs. But the hand-me-downs we wore were more stylish and better than the clothes you could buy in the store here. So the dependency on the welfare, which was your question, was minimum. The dependency was whatever, if somebody needed it, They got assistance, but that would have been put more into food than anything else. And occasionally somebody would need a mattress. They would go to the welfare to get that. I can recall some people being without a stove. It started in the late 50s, and then it grew. It grew to 60 and the early 60s. One of the reasons why it grew was because of the restrictions placed on a way of life. Now you could no longer hunt unless you had make an application and you were successful in the draw. You could no longer fish unless you were a commercial fisherman. You have to have a license. If you didn't have that, you had to stand up on the bank and watch people fishing and hope that you were kind enough to give you a herring or a cod or something when they came ashore. So what happened was that reliance and the dependency that people had on the land and exercised that when it was necessary, only when it was necessary, that was taken away from us. And once that was taken away from us, of course, you think about it. If you have 5 interactions that sustain your way of life, but all 5 are crucial to that sustaining, the minute you take one away, you cannot survive on the remaining 4. So what happened to our people in the late 50s, early 60s, when they start taking that away, they took away the ability to fish whenever you wanted to. They took away the ability to hunt whenever you wanted to. Now they took 2 of the life-saving, most necessary components of survival by way of food. That would have forced people to the welfare. The other thing that happened in the early 60s was that not only did they restrict the ability to be able to pursue those actions, but many of our people, because of their natural skills and abilities to be able to travel the interior and their knowledge of the interior, offered themselves as guides. So they worked in a self-organized guiding industry whereby you'd get people from other parts of Canada or from the United States to come to the community. You take them guiding, and they'd pay you maybe $100 for your week, and whatever food they brought with them for the week. If they killed their moose on Wednesday and they didn't eat all the food, they certainly wasn't going to take that back with them to the United States or other parts of Canada, so they left that food behind. So you may have had $100 wages for your week and the equivalent of another $100 because of the price of food back then, in food that they would have left behind. That in itself was very valuable to our people here who were guides, and there were many of them. I mean, just in our own family alone, we're 5 generations now of guides. Just in my family, the Whites and the Legs, were 5 generations. So that was very, very important. In the early 60s, government in their wisdom, who always think big, decided to open up the industry to what was known as outfitters. And what they did was they wrote up policies of the kind of infrastructure you would have to have in the backland, in the interior, in order to be able to become an outfitter and to be able to cater to tourists. What was on paper required better infrastructure than what our people was living in the community. So our people looked at that, our guiding people looked at that as a no-no. How could they ever build something in the interior that was even greater than what they were living in home when they couldn't afford any better than what they were living in? So what happened was that industry was taken away from our people, and it was given to other people who found themselves in a situation whereby they could manipulate the policies because of the not what you know but who you know, and then they also found themselves in a situation where they had to come to our community to look for the guides, because while they had the license and while they had the advertisement and they had the clients, they themselves didn't have the skills, and neither did most of their acquaintances or their families. So what they needed to do is they needed to come to our community and hire our people, or the people in Conn River or the people in Glenwood, to go in and provide the service as guides into their establishments. that was a little beacon, a little light for our people, because now we had an industry that we could offer ourselves for. That was short-lived, because those people only needed us long enough to be able to train their people. They would take one or two of us from one of the Aboriginal communities, put them into a camp with 3 or 4 of their own people, and once their people learned our ways, and our people were never selfish, they always taught, because that's how we learned, by people taking the patience to teach us. We always taught our skills, our knowledge to anybody who required it and anybody in our presence. So what happened was that we became trainers of an industry that was stolen from us, and then the jobs were taken away from us. So that again created dependency on welfare. So we had mid-60s high dependency on welfare in our community in the mid-60s.
The people on social services back then they mainly lived in the same areas, and that was almost like areas that we didn't frequent. You know what I mean? And to say it now, like looking back on it, it seems terrible. But that's just the way society was. Like you had your working class people in one part of town, your people on welfare would have been in the other part of town.
Social services at the time was a very, very, it was a sad topic to talk about, because, back in those days, if you were on social services, anyone on social services, you were the laughing stock of the community. And it happened to our family on a couple occasions, because my father got sick and couldn't work. But it was like the Dolly Parton song, the coat of many colors. He didn't go to school, and brag about being on social assistance because you're true and you're thrown in the cesspool. It's quite different from today. All you do, you go online, you make your application, you check your bank account. In those days, social services you were humiliated. You were taken, you were brought down to the lowest common denominator. If you had a vehicle or a tractor, in my father's case, he had a tractor, he said take his license plate off the tractor and take it, give it social services, so he couldn't use his tractor. So here it was years ago. I mean, the social service was the most despicable. Back then, you treated people, you were treated like dirt. And the tragedy of all that was they gave you nothing, maybe enough for some berry assistance. You probably got $120 to feed a family for a month or something like that. It was pittance. But when you're sick and you have no insurance, no income, you had to do what you had to do, But, I never had a lot of respect for social services, because of the fact that most of them portrayed the ignorance that was portrayed by the people in charge to the smaller communities. I thought it was just absolutely disgusting. And, when you take here's a person who's trying to make a living, and you take your license plate, won't let them use your vehicle for whatever reason they saw fit. You're cutting off your hand to spite your face. You're telling somebody, well, listen, you shouldn't be on social services. We'll give you some money to tie you over, for your flour and your yeast and your milk and the bare essentials, but do not let them use your vehicle.
I do know that the people I was around growing up, there was a lot of them that had to rely on it at different points in their lives. And I do know that they were never given enough to survive on.
For a while it became very dependent for a lot of people in our community, because our community were fishermen and loggers, and according as those industries dropped off and they were getting older and didn't want to leave the community, so they start depending on the social service.
Was the service very social? Not at all. We grew up in social services, and I can tell you, you were reminded every day that you were a welfare case. Even in school, when you, beginning of the year, when you go to get your books, you'd be called up to the front of the classroom. All the welfare cases had to get in a separate line and have their little voucher to get their books, and all the families that had jobs, they were in a separate line. And I can tell you how you were treated with your little voucher getting your books was nothing but demeaning at best.
Even in school, we could see the difference of how they were treated. people on welfare, social services were treated not as nicely as the working class children. And like if there was a concert and people got picked to play a part in the concert, it was probably never the people whose family were on welfare. Would probably be like the other people from the working class, right?
It didn't always seem like they were there to help us, even though I know that today there is a big change. But as a child growing up, and as you got a little older as a teenager, it seemed like you were nervous that this was a government agency that wasn't always there for us.
I have a lot of family who have had to deal with it, but the assumption that that's what we all do, that's who we all are, that's been our way of life, pisses me off, to be honest, because that's so untrue. That's true for any culture. You know, they all have their pockets of people who that's a way of life for them.
I grew up and I spent time, my family and I spent time on social services, so that always played in the back of my mind of, I don't want to grow up and kind of be stuck on social services and not be able to afford things like when we couldn't afford, basically anything.
I remember a social worker going around, and he used to even come to the school, and certain kids would be hauled out and he would talk to them, and then the kids wouldn't come back for that day or maybe for a week. And so it was never a good thing. Like, it wasn't about, oh, let's, build some relationships. It's about they were taking something, usually one of our children.
There was a very negative attitude towards people who worked for social services. What we saw as youth in the community was a lot of times a social worker would come and take kids away, and either put them in foster care or protective custody or whatever, or just bring them to a different parent. And those things were very traumatizing. I mean, I went through that sort of a situation when I was taken from my father's house and brought back to my mother's. And they only lived in St. George's and Beresha Brook, but, the man came and, he sat around pretending to be my friend. And then he asked me to go for a ride. I was going to go see my mom and I could come back later. Had a suitcase. And, even as a young kid, 6 years old, I knew, okay, this is a trick. I'm not coming back later. And it was a very sad and traumatizing scene for me at the time. It affected me for years, sort of looking out the guy's car window as my dad, cried in the picture window. I was going to my mom, who also loved me, but it was still very difficult as a young kid. So I had this attitude towards social workers from then on.
The only dealing we ever had with social services was my younger brother got in trouble with the law, and he was on probation, and someone from social services, what I seen as social services at the time, was supposed to be his probation officer, I guess. And I'll never forget, he came into the house and he was supposed to be there to talk to my brother. And he came in and he was telling Mom how to do stuff, how to cook and how to clean. And I had gotten a piece of bubble gum on a piece of clothing, and I had this piece of brown paper bag trying to get it out. And he spent more time trying to tell me how to do with this paper bag than he did with my brother. And I was thinking, I remember saying to myself, like, what are you even here for? Like, are you a busy nose? Do you think you're better than us? Like, what the frick are you doing here? So we kept it up. And finally I said to him, aren't you supposed to be here for my brother and not for me and my mother? And my mother said, shh, Arlene, stop that. And it was just like, that demeaning attitude. It was like, oh, just leave the house. So I ended up leaving and left him there. So it was like, that's my attitude, my thought of him growing up.
Social services, same thing. It's fear-based and power-based. Social services was an organization that was going to take your children away from you, or as a child, they were the people that were going to take you away from your family. It was an organization that we were totally afraid of, growing up, being called, oh, the welfare is going to be called on so-and-so. And, that lasts. Social workers were somebody that could hold power over you, and so you needed to hide from them.
Doctors almost like they were a hierarchy again, and you're what was wrong with you didn't really matter. So doctors, I don't really have all that good a feeling about growing up. When I got older in life, when we had our local doctor, we had a really good relationship. So, and he didn't judge, and that was beautiful. And we even talked about sweats and ceremonies and fasting, and because of our relationship with that, he didn't treat me any less because he knew what I was doing. So later in life, it's better than when I was younger.
We didn't see much of doctors because doctors usually were nomadic. They would come out maybe once a month from St. George's or Stephenville, and then you had to make an appointment. Back in the day, it was much different. You had when you got sick, you had to take a train from we used to have to walk from St. David's to St. Fitz, about 2 or 3 miles, only a sign, because we lived in St. David's and moved to St. Fitz and back and forth looking for land and work. My father did, and then we ended up settling in St. David's for a few years, and we used to have to walk to the train station, St. Fitz, and catch this train to Stevenville Crossing to go to the doctors in the hospital in Stevenville Crossing. When I had appendicitis, we had to go to walk from St. 3 miles from St. David's to the train, and then the train to Stevenville Crossing. So that was the way it was back then. So doctors were, absolutely, they were champions, and everybody is an authority like that. People are educated because education was a big thing. My mother had grade 3, so she taught herself how to read and write, and like both George. So we had a great respect for anybody in authority, anybody who's educated. That's the way we grow up. Absolutely.
Doctors, the longest presiding doctor in our community was Dr. Chu. He was great. He helped a lot of community members. I remember him opening up the office late at night. I'd actually have the scar on my hand, but you probably can't see it. I ripped my hand open on a barbed wire fence. So, the man was amazing. He was a great doctor. He lived in the community. His family lived in our community as well. So it was quite nice. And in Newfoundland, that's quite a problem about some of these smaller communities trying to get a physician or any kind of healthcare practitioner to live in the community is difficult because they're smaller and it doesn't really attract that kind of person. So it was good to have.
We went to doctors when we needed them, except my dad. My dad wouldn't go to a doctor unless he was forced or he had no say in the matter. I think he was there twice. He had an accident in the early 60s and he ended up in hospital for 10 days. But as far as getting sick and going to outpatients or anything, Dad never ever bothered with doctors. And he just felt that what his parents had taught him was enough to get him through any sickness that he had.
Before that, of course, if you needed, there were no doctors, so you only had our medicine man down on the road that could do things for you. But before that, if you really needed to get medical help, of course, the hospital, the military hospital in Stephenville was off limits. So we actually had to get people all the way to the college hospital in Stephenville Crossing.
There was no doctor here in the community itself. Of course, we had to leave to go outside the community to a doctor. And most doctors that I knew of were very standoffish. So, I was more fortunate in that my hair color is light, my eyes are light colored. But I know of some who wasn't so, and being very abrupt because of their color.
Doctors, the only experience I had with doctors, we didn't really go out to doctors, and I remember that I was with my Grammy. It wasn't the doctor so much, but it was the way she was treated in the waiting area, because the room was blocked in St. George's. And I remember, I was only small, but I remember being with her and like everybody was looking at her and nobody would let her sit down. And she was probably the oldest woman there. And even though the doctor seen her and she had an appointment for, I think it was 11 o'clock, and Joe Perry took us down with the mail. So we had to be ready to come back with him when he came back after bringing the mail. And she waited. She was the very last one. He saw everybody else first.
Didn't have a whole lot of experience with doctors as a child because we have, coming from Flat Bay, of course, we had Mrs. Webb. My own family, we've kind of been taught that we're all healers within ourselves. As I was growing up, definitely treated different as an Indigenous woman. Yeah, I felt disregarded. A lot of things were left to comments that were made that were definitely not appropriate. I don't feel that I was given the same care. That changed because I'm very forward and proactive, and I address it. If I feel, and not in a nasty way, I address it wanting to educate the people that it's not appropriate. That, you know, no matter what cultural background you come from, you're just as important and deserve the respect and attention. But yeah, I've had to address it several times, especially as an adult.
Pretty positive. Sometimes they can seem like they're just trying to get through you pretty quick and just send you on your way, but I got a lot of respect for doctors. They have long days.
Doctors were always a welcome addition to see. I mean, because once again, growing up, we looked at the medical side of it. So doctors had a great knowledge of medicine, but one thing they didn't have was the basics that we had, because we were able to get out and get the natural medicine, and doctors didn't have that. But we respected the doctors, same thing as we did with all social services.
Doctors were extremely important. We didn't have that many. It took forever to get into one, but they were very, very respected, and you listened to the doctor. You didn't question. You didn't go in there with research that you did like nowadays, and you'd be frightened to death. So you just listened to what they said and you did it.
Doctors, that was a task. You would have to either wait and go on the train, which was normally anywhere from 2 to 9 hours late every day. You would go on a train to Stephenville Crossing. That's where the hospital was. Or you would go to St. George's, and if you were lucky, get in to see the doctor that would be there. If not by train, you would have to walk to Muddy Hole, and there was a lady down there, Sally Bennett was her name. She had a row dory, and she would row people across the river. The charge was 25 cents a person, and then you would walk from Shallop Cove to St. George's and see a doctor. And after that visit, of course, you'd go through the same process to come back, with the exception that when you got to Flat Bay River, you had to stand on the beach and wave a flag that she had attached to a pole, so she would see you and knew that you wanted to ride back, so she'd row over, pick you up, and bring you back. So, but having said that, there wasn't a big need for doctors. Like, when you live without a dependency on something, you learn to survive without it. Most of the common cures, cuts and bruises, were all tended to by local people. You know, if the mom was young, the grandmother had the skills to be able to guide and to be able to take care of those things. If the mother was an older, mature woman who was after raising 3 or 4, and now she was with her 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, whatever the case may be, she didn't need that guidance anymore because she learned it at a very early age with the first half a dozen that was in the family. So home remedies was very, very important, and prevented having to make that long trip or that long wait to be able to go to a doctor.
I can remember my grandmother not having much faith in doctors. She used to, she wasn't a healer by no means, but like I can remember my sister having a very bad fever, and my grandmother had herring and put it on her feet. And I don't think she had a lot of faith in the medicine of the doctors. She tended to like give us little home remedies and that from herself. But now my parents, of course, we all went to doctors and we got vaccinated and all that stuff, right? But I can remember my grandmother's day, and I guess that's the Aboriginal coming out in her, like to use your environment and your natural medicines instead of the store-bought ones or the doctor medicines, right?
Doctors, again, I'm realizing how much fear I grew up with because doctors were seen as a position of power. Again, you didn't question what the doctor told you. You were afraid of doctors. You held them in almost reverence, that you listened to what the doctor told you, but you didn't question them. You never ever questioned the doctor. You never questioned the RCMP. You never questioned teachers or the church, because these people all had power over you and your life. Growing up, some of the observations that I noticed with my own community and my family's feelings about the RCMP were that of fear. The RCMP were to be feared, weren't seen as protectors, seen as people that you had to hide from, people that you had to be afraid of. And again, that ties in with the law. The legal system and justice system was that to be feared. Wildlife officers, the same thing, was a position of power, so we were afraid of them.
I hardly saw the RCMP when I was growing up. I guess there was a little fear because the community had a habit of providing for itself. So some of the stuff would be considered illegal, like going down to the beach and catch a lobster or go out and jig a fish. And that was the only fear, of being caught doing that.
Honestly, we knew they were there, but we never had much involvement with them, so it was seldom that we ever even seen them. We didn't focus much on the law. It wasn't something our family really discussed. I think it was just our own values that we grew up with, and luckily they fell in place with the law most of the time anyway.
Always had respect for them, but avoided them when I could.
The authorities itself. We weren't always quite sure because we're always cautious. We weren't sure why they were visiting and stuff. Were they there just visiting, or did someone get in trouble? Were they there to take a child, or what was going on, right?
I grew up to fear the RCMP. It was a colonial force that was there, that was ready to come pounce on you if you found out you were doing something they didn't like. That was kind of the way I felt that they were about when I grew up. And as a child, I've noticed that they were very evil. Because, I'll give you an example. I guess there was one of the buildings that were abandoned that the bigger kids were doing vandalism to. But as a child, as I was walking around my trails, I would visit that site. And I guess the RCMP came out and visited everybody, trying to find out who did what damage, and then I guess he came and talked to me, and there's a mom and a little child. And I'll never forget this. And he asked me if I had been to that building. I said yes. And he actually spent the whole time trying to force me to say that I was damaging the building and what I was doing to the building, when in fact I never had done any damage to the building. I had only passed through and saw it and looked at it and visited my trails, my visits. But he wasn't happy until he left, making me admit that I had damaged that building. That made me think that they were even way more evil than I've always ever heard they were. That's my feeling on them growing up.
I think just growing up as a child, I think we were more fearful of the RCMP than what everybody is today. I think that was just at the time. That's how it was more a role of fear.
Okay, so growing up, I mean, the RCMP, the law, Johnny Law. It was kind of like we had respect for them. I don't feel that we had any issues with the RCMP. You still, when we were kids, if the police came around, you just run.
I have no reason to be scared when I see a police officer, but I am. I don't know. I think that's just a feeling of uneasiness that everybody I know gets, adults and teens.
But I can remember growing up in Kearney here, like, if something got stolen in Corner Brook or got misplaced or something else, the RCMP, because we had no RNC, they never came here until around 1984. So the RCMP was the only law that was here. But if something was missing in Corner Brook proper, the first place the RCMP would go would be the Crow Gulch. If they didn't find it there, they were going down to the Curling Reds. And I didn't find encouraging that they were heading home road. They never went in town site and see someone, a neighbor bored or got misplaced or anything. It was stole, and just the 3 areas that they would hit. In those days, they were brutal too, because once they got you to the police station, they kicked the shit out of you.
Being Aboriginal, I mean, they do tend to ignore a lot of what we say or do or what happens to us, you know.
I didn't trust the RCMP. My family weren't trusting of the RCMP. Not safe. That stayed with me. I didn't have a whole lot of experiences with wildlife officers, but I'm sure my father did, because in our, in the community that we grew up in, and being Mi'kmaq people, and of course it wasn't the same strict concerns. Our people have only, not all of them, but most of them have only really ever taken what they needed, not what they wanted. People were respectful.
I guess we were more scared of the law in general, not knowing. Because of our hunting and fishing, it seemed like most Aboriginal people would just take what they need, but it seemed like having to follow certain rules, I guess. So wildlife officers as well was something that we were cautioned about.
I know a couple of people who are my age who got caught doing some things that would involve being caught by a wildlife officer, and they're not too fond of them. No, like personally, I don't really hunt or fish, so I don't have much to say personally about that.
We never had RCMP when I was growing up. We had a ranger. It was the rangers back then, and we had one ranger. He was never a threat to our community. What he was welcomed into our community. He was as if he belonged to the community, and that went from his acceptance of a people's way of life that he never interrupted. He never interfered and never looked at our people in our community and ever used the term poaching. Like, that was not, even though I'm sure that he was responsible for all of the laws, that was one of the things that he turned a blind eye to, because he understood we were a people of a different culture, and that was a way of life in our community. He was, he was never a threat. He was very, very well accepted in our community.
My mom actually baked bread for one of the RCMP officers. He liked homemade bread, so he spent quite a lot of time at our house. He actually ate at our dinner table. One of our cousins was a wildlife officer. So again, part of our household, we knew them. And they were part of our community. And these people affected our community by helping us grow, keeping us safe. As far as any kind of negative approach that came from them, I can't remember any. I remember a specific time when myself and a bunch of our friends were caught drinking beer in the graveyard in St. George's, and the police caught us. They took us home one by one, and there were no repercussions from the police that came from that, but you can imagine the repercussions you got from your family, small community, found, your kids found drinking in the graveyard. So these were the impacts, and these are the feelings I have of these types of groups.
But in later years, like around maybe 55, 56 onward, things changed. Our community became targeted. And once the road went through, a new wave of authority was in place. Then we didn't have the same acceptance of our way of life from these new people. So what happened then is that there was pushback. Like, these people, of course, had a responsibility, they had an authority, and they exercised it to the fullest. And because it was done without any kind of consultation or consideration, people in the community pushed back and pushed hard. Wildlife officers, that would have created much of the pushback. It's safe now to relay a story that has been hidden for generations on top of generations. Just to put into perspective the kind of relationship, the lack of relationship that would have been between our people and wildlife officers, is that there was an incident in the early 50s where a wildlife officer followed one of our well-known hunters in our community who traveled the country most times alone. And he went after, he found out that this gentleman had left the community and went after caribou in the King George area. So he decided he would take his dog team and he would go in and catch him in the act and lay the charges. Well, what happened is that the person that he was pursuing knew that he was being pursued, so he hid his dogs in his sleigh, and he doubled back and he hid, and he shot all the warden's dogs in the sleigh. And the warden was lucky that he made it out on snowshoes with what food he had with him, because this guy shot the dogs. There was an investigation, but there was never any charges. And to this day, the only thing that we know is that there have been rumors as who it was, because at the time there was more than one of our people on the country, so nobody can be sure which one of the hunters or the trappers that shot the dogs. What we do know is that the warden's dogs were shot in the sleigh, and he was lucky to be able to get back out on his own. So that's a drastic situation, but an example of a non-existence relationship.
I think my perceptions of the RCMP growing up and the perceptions of my family and friends around me was that we were afraid of the RCMP. It wasn't like, oh wow, the police are coming. It was a fear, and I think that stemmed from that they were seen as taking something from us. They either took people when they broke the law or did some infraction by the RCMP standards. So I think it was fear. It was never, these are our friends. It was a time where there wasn't a lot of understanding about Indigenous people and Mi'kmaq values, and our whole community was viewed as something lesser than. So I think unless the judges and lawyers were Mi'kmaq or from our communities, I don't think we would have connected anyway. If you had to go to the courthouse in St. George's, the magistrate was sending you away. That was our fear, and that's what we seen when anyone went there. It wasn't good. And sometimes I guess we couldn't reconcile that you went there if you killed a moose or caught a salmon. So that was very hard to understand as a child. Wildlife always came to take things away. It was never, oh, they're our friends.
I was kind of like, why are these guys, out in the woods? What are they doing here? It's nature, leave us alone kind of thing. Especially with the fishing things and stuff like that, when restrictions started being placed on, fishing and stuff like that. That's when I kind of got a little attitude-y towards them, but not really, not to the point of disrespect, but kind of like, what are you here for? If people want to go fishing trout, leave them alone kind of thing.
We kind of followed our own law within the community. Like if somebody within our community did something wrong, they were kind of, I don't know if reprimanded, but they were spoken to and dealt with by our own people, like not necessarily in harsh ways, but trying to enlighten each other on what was done wrong and hold them accountable by helping the elders within the community, but they had to acknowledge it publicly, and they were held accountable for it. But wasn't the law per se like that was brought in like through RCMP. We were very avoiding of that. We kind of took care of our own because it was done with love and compassion and respect.
There was very little employers around this particular area. It was the woods, I guess, would have been the biggest employer in this area besides fishing. And, like most small communities, I don't think we got our fair deal. I think the employer took more from the employee than they should have had.
When we grew up, we spent our summers making hay and working in farmers' fields for, whatever they would pay us, whether it be $2 a day or $3 a day or $4 a day. And we worked from, you worked from 7 in the morning to 7 at night making hay.
There was no actual work. You could dry fish and stuff and barter it there, and they give you store credit, right? That sort of thing. But there was no employment other than that. People were just living off the land. There was no employers per se.
The wages were low, so you worked hard for minimum wage if there was a minimum wage at that time.
I didn't know a lot because I wasn't really raised with a lot of the culture, because we were, as you know, we're in a different state here in Newfoundland because we were denied for so long.
Being Mi'kmaq, if you want to work for the base in Steamboat, you better make sure that you didn't tell them you were First Nations, because they wouldn't hire you. That's for sure.
And I wanted to do this course, and they actually said to me, you're better off just applying as a non-Aboriginal person. You're more likely to get the seat if you don't identify as that. And I thought, even when I first started going to work, I identified as Aboriginal, and I did get a seat. And I went through a manpower for job interview, and they told me that I was better off changing that I was Aboriginal because I would not get the interviews. Based on, it's hard to believe. I was only talking about this the other day, I never did do that. I always identified as Aboriginal. Once I got to work with the employers, they were pleasantly surprised that some of us were the hardest workers. It depends on the person and their attitude. It was the assumption that if you were Indigenous, you were lazy. That really irritated me. It still irritates me.
I never experienced this. I did work with Cornbrook Pulp and Paper, but when they first came here, they were hesitant in hiring Mi'kmaq until they actually had them work for them and realized that they were their best workers, and then there was no problem after that. But I hear some people had denied, well, they never denied, they just wouldn't say that they were Indigenous descent so they could get a job with Cornbrook Pulp and Paper. And the same thing with the railway.
Employers weren't here. We had to go outside elsewhere. Woods work was the big thing that our people went after. Our people are woods people. They have to be on the land. They wanted to be in the woods. Woods contractors, that's what you do. You go in the woods. The other thing is that our people were never very much people to work for wages. They were piece workers. They wanted to get paid for what they did. So working in the woods with local contractors, you go in and you build yourself a little log shack, and you stay in that shack if you want to take your family in on the weekend or if you want to take them for the season. I know people that left this community and went and built log shacks there and took their families with them. And their families spend the entire winter there with them while they'd be working for contractors. You'd be 2 miles away from a school, so the children occasionally, again, would get a chance to go to school. So some of them were occasionally visited neighboring schools. Others never went to school at all. And that's why we had such a high rate of illiteracy, because of the lack of education and because of the way of life. The employers, they treated our people good. They treated our people really, really good, because the most dependable people that they could find was our people. Like, who else is going to go live in a shack all winter, with an oil drum for a stove, and take your family with you, but be there every day to work? Those people would have never been able to survive as contractors, because you're not going to get somebody from town, from St. John's, who grew up, with a bathroom in their house and and you know, cook stove and all these type of things. And not only that, just as a matter of a way of life, you're not going to get those people taking their families and go live in a log shack to cut pulpwood. In living in a shack, in a log shack, and working for one of those contractors and getting paid by the amount of wood that you cut, not by an hourly rate, also give people the flexibility to pursue a way of life. So in the morning when you left your camp, you went out, and maybe on the way to work, you might have set a half a dozen rabbit snares. In the evening when you left your place of work, you walked back, you could check your rabbits, not in the evening, the next morning, you could check your rabbit snares. If you were in the interior, you were working, and if somebody saw a moose track, everybody stopped cutting and everybody went and found that moose. The moose was harvested, it was brought back to a number of shacks that would be together, and it would be hung somewhere in a tree, and everybody had access to meat. So it was a changing way of life from living totally off the land and trapping and this type of stuff, but it was still on the land, which was so important to our people because you had generations and generations of survival on the land, and these teachings were handed down. The contractors, while they themselves never came from that kind of an environment, they were conscious of the dependency of our people. They knew they would always be there as long as they were allowed to live and work on the land.
If I was to work any odd jobs or whatever, you know, I did so kind of in fear. And it wasn't just of, oh my, I might get fired and lose my job and lose the money. It was, I didn't want to let down anybody I worked for. So I had this very deep fear of, if I don't dig that hole properly, you know, for old man Johnson or whoever I was working for, then they're going to feel anger towards me, and that's going to hurt. Or they're going to feel disappointment towards me, and that's going to hurt. And that really came from my grandmother, you know, with the age-old saying of, if you're going to do a job, do it properly. So I found myself as somewhat of a perfectionist in terms of not wanting to disappoint anybody that I worked for.
There wasn't a lot of work in the community. So when jobs did come up, which were scarce, they were given to people that they knew, people who were related to them, or a friend who got you in. And if you didn't have this, you didn't get it. There were make-work projects created by social services and the government of Newfoundland to help people get off social services and draw unemployment by creating make-work projects. I remember coming home on the school bus and looking down in the ditch and watching these women in the neighborhood in our community, including my mom, watching them clean out debris in ditches. So work was there. But I can tell you, if you were on social services, for example, the work you got was not exactly the most dignified at times.
Employers were seen as people who came from away. You know, employers weren't people who were from our community. They were others that came in and offered us jobs, but we didn't make the same amount of money as they did. They made so much more money than us. And we were taught that if we wanted to have a good life, whatever that meant, that we had to go away, that having a good life wasn't possible at home. We had to move away from home in order to have a good life. I left my community actually at a very young age. When I was 8 years old, my family and I moved into St. John's so my parents could get better work to support us. So it was a big culture shock for me. When I was a teenager, just after I finished grade 10, my parents separated and I ended up returning to my home community of Stephenville Crossing. After high school, I left again to go to university. And in my adult life, I've come back and forth many times. I've tried to come home and live at home. And many times I've had to leave my community for work primarily in order to support my own family. And that's a common thread with with. Many of my relatives and friends, most people that I graduated high school with, don't live in this region anymore. They've all gone away to work primarily. So when we left initially, that would have been in the mid-1980s, and then I returned in the mid-1990s, and back and forth since then. Over the course of my life, I've lived in British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, New Brunswick, and different parts of Newfoundland, always trying to just make a living to support my children.
I left in 1970 because there was no work. And when I turned 16, I went to look for opportunities to go to school, and there was no opportunities. The only opportunity was the woods, and they were on the downswing. Fishing was on the downswing. Things were pretty dismal after the base closed in 1966 in Stephenville. So there wasn't a lot of not a lot of jobs. And the only reason I went to school and I left St. Mary's when I was 16, went to Gander on aircraft maintenance, and I spent most of my life working on water bombers and associated with aviation. Only reason being there was very, very little work in Bay St. George. I would have stayed otherwise, of course, but you had to live. And my mother was a great provider, and she said, there's 11, we had 11 in the family. And my father worked with the railway, and he worked in the woods, and he fished, he farmed. But we all left home and went to work to settle and to augment our family back on the West Coast.
I left my community back in, I'd say, 88. I went to work with, I was working with Air Atlantic, and I went to Charlotte, New Brunswick to open up a base there, and I was supposed to live there. I was supposed to move permanently. So I was there for 3 months, and on December 23rd, my father called and said, I wish my baby would come home. So his baby packed up and come home and never left since.
Why would you want to leave such a beautiful place?
I left for 2 years for employment. I left in BC. In 1976, I went to BC, spent 2 years up there. Came home on holiday and stayed because there's no place like my community.
I left my community when I went to university, and my first teaching job was up on the Northern Peninsula, and I lived there for 10 years, and then we decided to move back home to St. George's.
My mom and dad moved away, actually. So my father was transferred or opened another business in New Brunswick. So, yeah, we ended up leaving the province of Newfoundland for work, like so many other people, unfortunately. Not great employment rates back home, and you had to do what you had to do to survive, to support your family. That was a sad day to have to leave our family. It wasn't just the community it was leaving. Everybody that you know and love, not being able to physically touch and see them. That was hard. That's still hard.
I left my community itself because my father ended up with a job in Steamboat. So when I was 6.5 years old, in June of 1969, my father was given money to move to Steamboat, to leave Flat Bay. He went there to work on the base. So that's why we left. But like I mentioned earlier, I went back every year to visit my sister. And in Steamboat itself, even though it was a bigger community, it was nice being there, but a lot of times I went back to Flat Bay for the weekends and holidays and stuff.
I did leave my community. I left my community physically. I think from mentally and from my heart, it's always home. But I left to go to university, and then from going to university with work, I ended up being elsewhere, but I'm still very much home.
I left St. George's when I went to university. That was my goal, and I studied to be a teacher, and then I came back to this area, and then I worked out Cadre Valley, Flat Bay, St. Vincent, Steven Crossing, St. George's. So that was my purpose for leaving, was just for my job.
So I left my community in 1998. I went to Prince Edward Island to attend UPEI, University of Prince Edward Island. I basically left because at the time, university was what everybody was doing. It was, we were told that in high school, if you want to get a good job someday, you go to university and things like that. And at the time, basically our 2 or 3 main options were to go to university or move to Toronto and get a job, or move to Fort McMurray and get a job. There were some jobs in Newfoundland at the time, but it wasn't exactly a place that was bustling with opportunity for youth. So it was a time of mass exodus for young people in Newfoundland, and I was unfortunately part of that. I went to university in Prince Edward Island, and then I moved to Nova Scotia for a year, and then I moved home to Newfoundland for a year, and then I came out to Alberta, to Fort McMurray, one of the eventual, the 3 options from when I graduated, and did a teaching degree here, taught for 9 years, and I'm still here in Alberta. So I guess basically the reasons why I left were the lack of opportunity in the area, the sort of the cultural kind of push out the door that I felt, not only from the positive sort of reinforcement from the school system that was telling us, it's great to get a degree, go on, you'll get a great job, and whatever. And like I said, that sort of inevitability of knowing that there weren't a lot of jobs, that even if you did work hard for years and years in Newfoundland, you may not get to a point where you're living comfortably or not having to work multiple jobs.
I had to leave my community when I was 18 years old for school, and then I left Nova Scotia to move to Alberta for work. It was the hardest decision I ever had to make, and if there's one thing I'll probably regret for the rest of my life, is moving that far away from my family.
I moved to Ontario to get away from oppression and bullying and discrimination, but also to have a career, have a job, work. I did not want to be on welfare. I did not want to live like my family grew up. Mom raised 4 boys and 2 girls. It was difficult. There were times we didn't have food on the table. I came here for a better life, and I have a much better life. I wouldn't have what I have today had I stayed home in St. George's, Newfoundland. So don't geo-lock me to St. George's just to keep a status. The status follows my blood wherever I go, not some territory that you line out in a card. Yes, it's made me withdraw. It's caused problems in our family. My brother feels guilty that he kept his status and the rest of us lost it. So it's tearing us apart, and it's dividing us, and we need to come together.
What wasn't lovely is the amount of alcohol, I guess, that was consumed by family members, and not just for a party of 1, 2 hours, 3 hours. It was 1 or 2 days long when it went on. And sometimes, depending what they drank, people weren't very nice, put it that way.
My old man was a bad drunk, and it seemed like he was always drunk. When he was drinking, he was always violent. So my brother, I think when he was about 12 years old, he went to the police and said that he couldn't live home no more because the old man was beating him up too much. Ended up in Mount Cashel for a year. And after all this broke about Mount Cashel, he said, did the brother ever touch you or go near or anything? And he said, no. He said, the boys in Kerning, and there was a lot of boys in Kerning in there. He said, the boys in Kerning used to stick together. He said, I think the brothers might have had a little bit of fear of him, Actually told me the truth or not, because I know growing up, all the priests and that to him, everything was queer. They're all queer. So I don't know if he got touched and he doesn't want to admit it. Like I say, his hate for Christian brothers in the church and for the RSMP is telling, you know what I mean?
I know there is, as the chief here in this community, I've had people speak to me regarding abuse that's going on in their lives.
A tremendous amount of physical abuse within my family. My father was a violent alcoholic. I witnessed, experienced, and lived it, my entire life. That's a hard subject. That started at sexual abuse from a very young age. I testified during the MMIWG as a survivor of child sex rape. That led through to a pattern throughout my life. Me personally, I don't drink and I don't do drugs, never have, because I grew up with an alcoholic, abusive father. And I mean extremely abusive. I've chosen not to drink. When I was 17, I got drunk once, and that was enough for me. I immediately, upon overindulging, I became belligerent, wanted to fight. It was exactly what I saw, and it scared me. I don't touch any alcohol for any occasion. I don't judge someone who does. It's just a personal preference. I've never done drugs in my life, thank God. And my immediate family, my daughter or my husband, no, not an issue. I won't speak on the rest of my family because within our family unit, yes, we've had plenty of addiction, yeah.
There is a lot of problems in our community with drugs and alcohol, and especially with the young ones in our community. They're lost. The enrollment has taken away an identity for the young people because they hear their parents talking about it, they hear their community members talking about it. They generally fit in this orbiting space and no one talks about it with them. So they don't know where to belong, so they go to alcohol and drugs to try and figure out who they are and how they fit in. And alcohol and drugs leads to so much more, and depression and sometimes suicide. I've had friends that have been affected by it. We've helped many people in the Sweat Lodge with addictions, and it's a hard battle, and it's oppression, and this enrollment period has caused it. You have to recognize that they carry a shame. They feel that addiction is a shame, but it's not a shame, and they have to come to terms with that themselves. I have lots of alcoholics in my family, my friends, 23, 24 years sober. And until you actually become sober and look within yourself and be happy with you, that you don't need a drink to have fun, that there's so many pleasures in life that you could do without drinking and be okay and still, geez, I'm having fun with life. But the older generation that were alcoholics, there was never any help. And if you didn't drink, you were outcasted because you didn't drink back then. So for them to actually come and talk to you about it, they would have to deal with their own troubles and turmoils. I drank my fair share. I drank probably just as much as any guy around, and I drank to have fun, and it was just it was a way to get through life. Addictions, I don't think I was addicted because I can stop and start whenever I want it. It was just a way to fit in. Everybody was drinking, everybody was having fun. You go out to the bar and everybody was drinking, so you do it too. Drugs, I did test it like everyone else, but I wasn't addicted. I could stop and start whenever I want it. But when I decided that I was going to quit drinking to better myself, to start preparing myself for some ceremonies and stuff like that, that's when you really see how you're treated differently because you don't drink. And it's like you're no longer accepted as one with society. You don't fit in. People torment and laugh. Oh, you're not drinking. What's wrong with you? You're a wuss, or you're a pussy, or whatever. So you're bullied because you don't drink, actually. So that was a bit of. It was a bit hard to handle because it was like, well, I don't want to go out because I don't want people saying, well, why don't you drink? Why, you're pussy. You're doing this. You're doing that. And so I stopped going out and I stopped being social because I didn't want to listen to it. And if I did go out, I'd take a fake drink can and fill it up with different juices so that it would look like I was drinking just to fit in. So yeah, booze and drugs is a different part of society.
Lots of times when my father drank, it was not a good situation, and there was a lot of swearing and call down to the dirt, and so that's not a great memory, but it is what it is, and I guess that's all he knew. And that's some certain types of alcohol did that to people. And he didn't grow up in a fantastic situation either, which I learned later, which allowed me to forgive him for many things, which was good.
The things that that really motivated me to leave were, the fear of, sliding into alcoholism, which was, pretty prevalent in my family, in my community, in all the communities that, I witnessed lots of people who were, dependent on alcohol or abuse alcohol regularly. And, it wasn't really a hidden sort of issue. It was so prevalent that it was socially acceptable during those days, right? So it was kind of, I wanted to escape that pattern of, being, like people that I knew, and I didn't want to fall into that sort of routine. I'm not saying it was bad and everybody who drinks was horrible, but there was a lot of alcoholism. There was a lot of, not so much drug use back in those days, but alcoholism was pretty obvious. You didn't have to really look hard to see that, the bars were all full all the time. People were, they'd have massive parties all the time. Drinking was pretty socially acceptable, and with that came a lot of social issues, and I didn't really want to fall into that, so I said, okay, I'm going to go away to university to get away from drinking, which really wasn't, that really didn't accomplish the same, the goal that I really had of, I wanted to better myself, and I wanted to get a good paying job, and I wanted to have people respect me, and I thought that taking that route, the university route, was going to get me some of those things. Now, looking back on it, it's it really ties into the kind of mentality that I had at the time, which was, I always thought myself as lesser than other people. I mean, I knew I was Native, I knew I was Aboriginal, but I didn't really know what sort of ingrained, sort of instinctual things that encompassed. With that comes, this feeling of, sometimes, not all the time, but this feeling of I'm not enough, I'm not, good enough, or I don't belong here. That sort of mentality. If you grow up in poverty and you witness social issues, and you witness alcoholism and domestic violence and things like that, then those things really shape the way you see the world, and it shaped the way I saw the world. So I didn't really feel like I belonged, no matter where I was.
There was some depression in my family. I don't think my father was depressed. I don't know. He never talked about it, that's for sure. Mind you, we didn't talk about much when it came to feelings. I think my mother went through quite a depression, from what I'm told, when she lost a child. She definitely experienced depression for at least a year. My older brother, definitely had depression and lost his life because of it. My other brother, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm sure there's some anxiety there. I don't know if it's depression, but there's definitely anxiety. I think I was born and sort of blessed in a way, because I'm an incredibly strong-minded person, and although I have definitely had my share of sadness, I don't think I'm depressed or have depression. I think my mother worried every day of my brother's life, because she worried and probably knew sometime that he would pass. So, and I did too, to be honest. And now I worry about my mother, because she's 93 and she's an elder, and I don't live close to her, although I talk to her daily. It is a constant and daily worry for me that something's going to happen to her, even though she's 93. You're never prepared. I think my mother feels guilt because of my brother, and he lost his life. I think she thinks maybe she could have done something different, although I don't think so. I really don't. I think he was born susceptible to depression and drugs and alcohol. So definitely runs in the blood.
I know, quite a few people who suffer from depression. I do know a few people that have attempted to take their own life and haven't really gotten the best help with it afterwards, and I've tried again. I know one person who, I guess, went through with it completely, and I say that's a pretty big issue, especially in people my age.
But we don't really find out. I've noticed what happens too. We don't really find out about these things until it's already passed. We don't find out about these people's problems until they're starting to commit suicide. I think that's part of the problem.
Self-harm can be interpreted in so many different ways. And for me, I think right through life, I never physically did anything to harm myself. But yes, there has been self-harm in my immediate family. After I testified during the MMIWG, I came home. I testified in Goose Bay. And I flew back to Newfoundland, and I was on a high for a week. So this is March of 2018. And I was so excited, and I had told some family from home that I had testified, and the reaction was anger because there was the misunderstanding that because within our family I have an uncle who committed murder, and they assumed that I had gone to testify about him, not knowing my personal story, which I hadn't. I had gone to tell my own story, and I was treated really badly for that. So instead of being supported and loved and offered the support by my family from my community, I felt shunned, threatened, accused. It set me in such a bad spiral down that I actually considered taking my life. First time in everything I had been through. It was the ostracizing and the rejection from my own community and the lack of support that caused that feeling within me. And I understand nobody can make you feel that way. It was within me. I was at the most vulnerable time of my life, really. And I needed our people. I needed somebody to reach out. There were no resources, never mind my own community. There were no resources that were given to us that were made available. Like the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry gave us resources, but they weren't made available yet because the government wasn't providing them yet. It wasn't until after the whole inquiry was over. Well, suicidal thoughts don't wait. And there were no other resources besides my family physician, which I did go and speak to her. And one of my cousins, who's Mi'kmaq, who also has, had suffered tremendous loss and abuse in her life and depression, honestly, and my mother helped me through that. And my mother recognized in me how depressed I was and got on a plane and came home because she knew from knowing me that I wasn't going to be here. My own family, my own husband and daughter did not know how to deal with it because I didn't even speak it. I went inside myself. I stayed in my bedroom for weeks on end, and I had planned in my mind how I was going to do it. It wasn't even a matter of how, it was when. And thank God, my mother and my best friend recognized it. I've risen out of that. I'm grateful. That was a dark place. Scary.
It's very difficult in today's society because, wherever you turn around, there's racism, there's animosity, there's pain, people are suffering. And I think until we figure out how to look after each other, in a respectful way without labeling, because we're so quick to say, oh, he got ADHD, oh, he's got this, and we're so quick at labeling that I think labeling only enhances or perpetuates a state that's not really there. I think that everybody can be suicidal at some point in their life. That doesn't mean they're suicidal. They could have that thought. Same thing as, a lot of people are distracted. That doesn't mean they have ADHD. So I think, being a Mi'kmaq from Flat Bay is label enough for me.
While I was in university, I didn't feel like I should be there. I'm thinking to myself, I'm just, a used to be poor kid from St. George's who bounced from town to town and went to every school on the West Coast and, lived on welfare for years. And, my grandmother doesn't even know how to read, like things like that. That all shaped my thinking to create this sort of lack of self-esteem in me that really hindered me for years, right? So it was finding out those things really played into making me realize why I left. And it was pretty, it was a pretty good awakening. It was a hard awakening to figure out, why did I always walk around with my head down, sort of thing. And and those type of realizations are very difficult when you do figure it out. It's because I sort of sold myself short for so many years that it held me back from experiencing other opportunities. Whereas if somebody said, it could be something as little as, hey, we're going to play ball hockey, do you want to play? Or we're going to go play football or something. In my head, I thought, well, I'm not good enough to play with these guys, so I shouldn't try. And, is that realization that led me to figure out why I left. I wanted a break from that. I wanted to get to a place where it was a clean slate. Unfortunately, when I did go to university, to kind of get away from that mentality, I brought the mentality with me. Even in university, I thought, I don't need to try here, because even if I try, if I get the greatest grades, it's not going to matter. I'm still Keith Muse, from a long line of muses, little to no education. I mean, my aunt and my uncle, they got education, and they worked in nursing, and they've gone on to great careers and things like that. But at the time, I couldn't see that, right? So I just thought, it's going to be my sort of destiny to move home and get in that routine of drinking 3-4 times a week, and just getting by and not really enjoying life. So I thought, I don't need to try. What's the point? Even if I get a degree, I'll still be Keith Muse, and I'll still not be enough. So I kind of always felt like I was tricking people. If I was at a university class, it was like somehow I tricked them to be there, and not that I had earned the grades to get into the class. So that really disabled me from really giving it my all, because I thought no matter what I do, no matter what grades I achieve, no matter what accolades I get, I'm still going to be from St. George's, Newfoundland, Stephenville, Newfoundland, and I'm still going to be a nobody, and because I still walked around with my head down, and that's something that I learned in, years later. It's pretty prevalent in natives to, it's kind of this sort of scared kind of low self-esteem, and like I said, that realization was very difficult. It was also very informative, and something that I'm happy that I figured out, and something that I try to share with people, young people. And so that's the very deep reason why I left. I figured out the real reasons later in life. Feelings of not being equal or part of society, that is sort of followed me from the time I was a younger kid to even now. Sometimes I don't feel like I fit in everywhere, and it's I'm not sure if it's a being native thing, or if it's just because of the socioeconomic effects that my upbringing had on me, or if it was the where we grew up or stuff like that. It's just like I've said previously, it's sometimes when I was younger, if I was going to go into a bank, I'd have high anxiety. If I was going to take part in a community gathering, I'd have high anxiety because I felt like I didn't belong there. And I was never really sure why. Why did I feel like I didn't belong there? Was it because, I had years in my life where we didn't have lots of money? Is it because I had years in my life where, I wasn't the first picked in sports, or I was, I thought I was stupid, or, the things that really molded my self-esteem and my self-identity, which were changed once I found out that I was Aboriginal, those things sort of played into this this kind of this atmosphere that went with me wherever I went, that I felt like, I'm not enough to be here. So if I won an award growing up, why are they giving me this? Everybody else must have been, a terrible candidate, or it must have been a poor field of competition if I'm winning this, or if I'm doing well. It was always in the back of my mind. No matter what I accomplished, I always felt like it wasn't enough to me. I mean, to the people around me, if I accomplished something, they were proud. But it didn't matter what I did to myself, because I always felt like I'm not enough. I don't belong here. This, whatever group I'm part of, I'm an outsider. And it's something that I work today. I work to bring to the attention of our youth, is to just let them know, you do belong. You are good enough. It's that a little bit of empowerment, which I did receive from a few teachers in my school career, who saw past the, the lashing out and the mischievous attitude and the ODD type tendencies that I had against, teachers and authority and whatever else. The teachers that saw past that and highlighted my strengths really empowered me to, make it to where I am today. Without them, I don't think I could have, because I wouldn't have at least had that little bit of rope to hang on to, that little bit of a relief to pull myself out of that gloom that sort of followed me wherever I went. So yeah, that feeling of not belonging, it's haunted me my whole life. It's not something that I do focus on now. I mean, I do feel like I belong to the community now, and I mean, that's something, that's the growth in my life that I'm very proud of. It's something that I'm most proud of. Things like schools and doctors, social services, all of these things, growing up gave me anxiety. And, like my grandmother, going to the doctor was like, oh my God, I don't want to go. They're just there. They're just there to hurt us kind of, mentality, the dentist, stuff like that. And it seemed like, looking back on it now, there was this sort of attitude towards institutions. And it didn't matter what it was. It was like, if I had to go to the bank when I was like 20, it was like, I didn't really feel great going into the bank, and I never understood why I had such anxiety about doing things that, should have been pretty easy to accomplish, and it's looking back on it, and, with the education of the topics that I do have now, I guess it was because I had that sort of innate, kind of, not fear, but feeling like, put your head down and get in and get out kind of attitude, just because that's what I picked up from my relatives, from my father, my mother, my grandmother, and it just kind of spilled over into me.
If you're living in a negative environment, there's going to be anxieties anyway.
I have a lot of depression myself.
Depression's been a huge part. I mean, a lot of that had to do with family history for one thing, and that's been pretty prevalent, I know, within our culture anyway. I have 2 Indigenous parents. Depression's been huge, and it has followed many in my family through life. I went through a couple of years of anxiety after I testified in March of 2018 about my own abuse that I endured from my own experience related to community, to our culture, you know, at the hands of whoever I was abused by. It really set me back. I can tell you, if there's such a thing as called shadow work, looking at one's self and reflecting. I felt great when I testified, but it caused me to relive everything, which is probably what I had to do to face the fears that I had. But it was tough. I really actually had a really hard time hanging in there for a while. I really didn't think that I even wanted to be here. And now I'm going to cry, sorry. It's a continuation of daily healing. It causes anxiety and depression. And the anxiety is the not knowing how other people react to who we are. Whether you're visibly Indigenous or not, it's not just about visibility, it's about the way that we think, or the way that I think. Even through all of the abuse and pain, we were brought up to respect ourselves and each other and to have strong faith. So it's hurtful. I didn't expect this emotion to come up today. The anxiety is the little things that trigger, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because triggers teach us lessons and teach us what it is we need more work on. I understand that. I'm very self-aware, and I work on it every day, but it's still so strong there within our culture that it's, you know, you can wish it away, but the truth is that before anything can heal, it has to be acknowledged. And I feel that it hasn't been acknowledged on the broader scale, whether it's through government, through other cultures, through just a broad understanding, you know, that we are all connected. And yes, our people, we have suffered tremendous oppression. We're still being oppressed. You know, I still feel like we're trying to be pushed aside and disregarded, and I'm not having any part of that. I will speak till the day there's no breath left in this vessel. I get anxious when I feel energies very strongly, and I do. I get anxious, and I don't get defensive. I'll listen, but I will not back down.
When I was about 18 years old, like last year high school, I guess, I ended up in hospital in depression debt. And I never ever knew really what drove me to that fear. I've always blamed on my father because of his heavy drinking and that. So, and I never really figured it out, but that's what I blamed it on.
So, you know, you want to talk about depression. Yes, there was times that people were depressed, and they were always worried about things happening. And if we got out there and we tried to practice some of our cultural traditions, then what would people say and do? And there was stuff said and done. I'm not necessarily saying that it was said to me at that point in time, but I know there was things going on. Withdrawal from my families and in my activities, I didn't have the ability to do all the stuff that I wanted to do when I was younger. Only when I got back to Flat Bay did I really start getting out in nature again more and more. But in Steamboat, I didn't get out so much there. Of course, and once again, there was always trust issues. Who can you trust? Who can you not trust? Because once you get out there and you start doing your traditional ways, who's going to say what? So there was always anxiety. I was always looking for a way to get a self-awareness for myself. How can I move forward in my life, still have my cultural identity? So that took me a long time to learn that. And I didn't get that until after I joined the military. And I started meeting more and more Aboriginal people and learning some of their customs and traditions. And that's what really brought me forward.
Yeah, trust issues have been huge since age 3, since being sexually abused at age 3, being placed in foster homes and being abused by people that I didn't know, and within my own family, you know. Trust is something I've been working so hard on. So I've been doing a lot of self-healing. Every day is work for me. Not trusting, I trust myself, but yeah, I definitely don't trust others. I don't, not even my own family anymore. I am extremely defiant. It's a defense mechanism that comes, and I'm working on it. I try not to be, but I have been my entire life. So especially where the law is concerned, if I feel that I am being pressured or I'm being treated differently by an authoritative figure, I become extremely defiant. I will go against it, not to do anything illegal, but I will question it. Always. If it's in terms of religion, whether it's through the medical field, I don't play victim and blame everything on it, but I want to know why. My defiancy is that if I'm told by somebody outside my culture that this is the way that you have to do it, my defiancy is saying, well, this is the way that I've been taught by our people to do it. Why can't I do it that way? I challenge things. Defiant behaviors, I've seen people physically fight through defiancy. I have heard things said from defiant behavior within my family that are just hateful. And I know that it's a protective thing. I understand that. It's not necessarily appropriate. But yeah, defiant behaviors would be physically fighting, verbally bashing other people, abusing other people, physically, verbally. Yeah, I see it all the time. I don't call it a disorder unless I act inappropriately, whether that's legally or, which I don't do. But yeah, I grew up, I was extremely defiant. I think I called it protection, preservation, but somebody else might see it as a disorder. Yeah. I know I suffer with PTSD. You want to talk about defiancy? I defy. My defiant behavior around that is I refuse to be diagnosed by I never want it put in a chart. I never want it to be said because I do know that will follow me through the rest of my life. I do know that people will judge you. I do know that it will put blocks up to moving forward. If medically I give, the doctor that information, if I go to a doctor and the doctor diagnoses me and that's put in my chart, I am then labeled with a mental illness, which does reflect on who I am and how I'm treated through life. Now you've got someone who's visibly Indigenous, who's lived through trauma and oppression, who now is labeled with a mental illness. No, thank you. I can do without. I know that how could you not suffer with post-traumatic stress disorder? I mean, after having lived that, and I've lived with it all of my life, I'm sure of it. It hasn't been diagnosed on paper. It never will be, but I will treat myself as though I'm quite aware of it. And I do that through our traditional medicines and through healing and through going to my elders all over Canada. When I feel like I need balance, definitely excessive anger in my younger years, yeah. And violence, definitely. Yeah, very defensive. If somebody insulted me, that was a smack in the mouth. I mean, it was the way I was taught to react and deal with things was through anger. It's what I learned. It was a learned behavior. And I went through that until I almost got myself in serious legal trouble. So, yeah, huge trust issues.
And in school, I did have a lot of ODD type tendencies. My oppositional defiance was at a pretty high level because a lot of times I saw teachers as not understanding me. I didn't think they understood, where I came from, or, if they just saw what was directly in front of them and they didn't see, the path that I had to walk to get there. And that caused a lot of friction between me and teachers. I mean, I did well in my grades whenever I tried. If I was interested, you're going to get the best of me. If a teacher gave me attitude or called me out on, things that I thought at the time were petty, then they were going to get, mess with the bull, you get the horns kind of thing. So I did have sort of an attitude towards authority. And luckily, I've somewhat grown out of that.
Thinking about the impacts of oppression and enrollment periods, I've seen the effects on the mental health in my own family and in my extended family. I've seen excessive fears and worries. I've seen depression. I've seen people withdrawing from different activities. That guilt is carried on. Trust issues for myself are huge. I struggle myself, and immediate family and extended family and relationship struggles, problems with substance use, misuse, and abuse. That's been part of my world as well. We've experienced loss to suicide, self-harm, and so many other things. The social determinants of health, everything that we talk about that impacts our mental health and our physical health, all of these boxes are checked off. We're crying out for help and we still feel like there's nobody listening. Thinking about the oppression period as well as the enrollment process, it affected my parents, my siblings, my extended relatives, my aunts, my uncles, my family, and my community. Both of my grandparents passed away a long time ago, so they didn't see the impacts of this. They lived during the oppression period, but they didn't have the opportunity to get the validation of the enrollment. And that saddens me. The overtones of the oppression period and the negative impacts that enrollment has had on all of our communities still negatively affects our youth. That fear and pain and trauma that we grow up with, no matter how much we try to resolve it and shelter our children from that, they're still being impacted by it. We've had many generations of trauma and pain and fear, and it's going to take many generations to heal from that. But we are resilient. And by coming together, my hope is that we will heal as people. Do we have a long road to go? Very much so. I work in community mental health and I see the rates of suicide in our communities. I see the pain and the trauma every day. And I see so many community organizations trying to help, trying to reach the people to help them, and people trying to reach the community organizations to get help. But it's just so big and we're so tired. We need people to help us heal.
Me personally, I've become more withdrawn from my own people, especially because of what's happened with the whole band formation thing and the exclusion. Yeah. I'm one of the strong leaders in our community who's been excluded. Yeah, definitely not equal to. Definitely not included. Exclusion is a big thing. And it's blatant. It was blatant then, and it's worse now because of what's happened within our own communities. I mean, I was born in 1962, became a part of the Aboriginal movement and aware of it in 1972 when, especially with our community being, the lead, like with Conn River in the whole federation. And my family, although our family, everybody's been accepted into our own group, and I certainly know who I am, and I do not allow exclusion, but we have been tossed aside, like not from our Flat Bay band, but from the, everything that's happened with this whole, I don't even like to say the word Halibu. I am so angry and opposed and going through legal stuff with it, and it's ridiculous. My mother will be 80 years old, her birthday. She's an elder within our culture and has been excluded. As somebody with valuable knowledge who, it's hurtful. So the exclusion exists even worse and magnified because we're being excluded in a sense by our so-called own, the people that came in. And if you find who you are and you're interested in your culture, I respect that. When you grow up like we did, knowing who we are, never being questioned, and then being excluded, that's hateful. That is something that every single day I pray about. Every single day I keep a loving, open heart. We know who we are in terms of our identity, that we're Mi'kmaq. There's no question about that. It's just that we want to be included like everybody. That's huge in life. Wanting to be included and feeling like now we've been torn apart within our own families because of it.
How do I feel about the Halapu enrollment process?
Again, it's all about, we're living in a different time where everyone has rights, but no one has responsibilities, and we're all trying to figure out who's who and where we fit and what it means. And I think that's a lot of burden to put on when we're not coming from the same place, and we all try to identify as something that it's not, as opposed to just accepting what it is. So I think that's challenging, and it causes a lot of inner turmoil. And of course, once you're turmoiled inside, you react outside.
There was a lot of anxiety that came at the enrollment period. Definitely. We spoke about, my son and my mother not being accepted, while other families and my sisters and brothers not being accepted, and even understanding why. The whole enrollment package and then the appeal package was so complicated and so not poorly written, but so confusing that you'd almost need a lawyer to try and work through it. So the anxiety of trying to make sure that you have everything documented and sent in all the right documents, and trying to make sure that your package is the best package that somebody else is looking for to determine that if you're an Indian or not, and the expense that goes with it was enough to drive someone crazy or clean over the edge, because it was a lot. And I have a binder, it's that thick of the stuff in my family alone. And yeah, anxiety was through the roof, wondering if you had everything. And if your family member didn't get in, it's like, oh my God, did I do something wrong? I wonder, did I not put something in their package? And then you go through their package to make sure that everything was included. So yeah, that was tough. Having to have pictures of cultural events. That defines who we are as Indigenous people. You don't take pictures of a cultural event. You're enjoying it. So it came from people who don't even understand what it means. And the sad part of it all is that nobody understood, when the whole agreement was going on, the difference between culture and ceremony. Culture is the way we live. Culture is me and you in the kitchen baking a loaf of bread, laughing at each other with drawers on our head and just being us, right? That's culture. Ceremony is something totally different, and they were expecting pictures of ceremony instead of culture. So that was oppression in itself. The fact that they wanted us to document how we live. Who documents how you live? When you go to church, if you're going to get married and you're going to church, the priest performs a ceremony. The priest has been trained for it. He's went to school. He's done years of education to be able to perform that ceremony. So why do people who just got their status think that now all of a sudden, because they got this white card which says they're Indian on it, they can perform their status. They can perform the same ceremony that someone has taken years to train for. I don't know anybody that wasn't affected by this. And I guess for me, speaking out, I spoke out at council. I spoke out any chance I could because it was wrong. It would have been just as well if they would have took all of us and put us on a reserve and said, here, go fend for yourself. That would have been easier to deal with because as a community, we could have come out of it. But what they did was divide and conquer and try to make us lesser of people, I'm going to say.
Life in Stephenville Crossing with regards to cultural identity seems to have divided people. It seems to have come down to status versus non-status, and people have forgotten that culture means way more than a plastic card or what the government says you are or you are not. We've forgotten how it was to live, like what it was when we were growing up. There just seems to be more anger in the community, more sadness. There's so many arguments. It's almost like you're embarrassed to admit that you have status versus non-status, and that saddens me.
Well, I guess the whole idea of anxiety all around the enrollment process, there was a lot of anxiety. And what I try to help people, my anxiety was just that everybody was phoning. I was kind of the family lead person. So just trying to help others and trying to tell them what they needed. And then towards the end, even sometimes I knew that I was pretty sure they weren't going to be involved or get accepted, but I was still trying to help them because it wasn't my role to say, I don't think you're going to be accepted. So, I helped them as best as I could, right? So I kind of had my own questioning on that.
That brought anxiety, which brings anger, and I spoke out at the council tables many a times, and I held it against the people that were there in lead, that were fighting for us with Ottawa. It was hard because I felt like they weren't fighting enough to stand up for the people that's been here for so long, that they weren't standing up for our ancestors. They were letting our ancestors down, so I would take it out on them, and it was... we've had a lot of fights at the council table over it, and it was a part of me that I didn't like, and I had to bring myself back and go, okay, you need to find yourself again and stop that negativity, because it robbed my spirit. It was just, I didn't want to be around people. I didn't want to talk about it anymore. It was some hard times.
Really, still to present day, that still comes up. There's still people waiting to find out if they're going to be admitted back in. Seems like now, in my family, I guess go back there too, and as well as in the community, the idea of the founding members, the ones who were the initial F&I members, that had cards. I got some of my own family had cards and lost them, but they were the ones that, when the F&I started this process, that was the ones because they were doing the things in their community and are actually identifying as being Aboriginal. So they got in on that first wave, we'd say, but then further down the road, they lost a card. So that seems to be where I'm hearing now a lot of big concern. So that they're the ones that were identified initially by the F&I and had cards, and those cards are taken away from them.
And it has been the biggest dishonor, I think, that this whole band should be totally friggin' ashamed of themselves, what they've done. Shame on them. And I guarantee I wouldn't want the karma, because the ancestors walk with us. They're with us. To have to go to court, imagine, to go to court to have your great-grandparents honored. That's shocking.
Friggin' nightmare. That's what it was, a nightmare. Absolute, unfair, idiotic process that never should have happened. Never. My mom is still with us, and she didn't have any interest in enrolling for this. She didn't think it would benefit her at all, and she thought it would be nothing but a misery, and boy was she right. My family wanted to be accepted, however. We did not live in a Mi'kmaq community for myself. Because we lived away, we didn't get that extra point that we needed on the point system to have our status.
Other people in Canada, and I travel throughout Canada with every different Indigenous culture, and I've spoken about it. I've spoken about it respectfully as I can, but they're in shock. Not that it doesn't happen within other cultures. The OG Cree, the Ojibwe, the Anishinaabe, the Algonquin, they all have things happening, but what's happened in Newfoundland with Halibu is the laughing stock of the world. Like, it's ridiculous.
Like, how ridiculous is that?
Ridiculous.
How ridiculous?
Ridiculous.
Just crazy.
Crazy. Makes me so sad. It makes me sad, like I said earlier. You know, my mother would be 80 her birthday, and her whole life growing up being respected for who she was within her community. It has even come to the point that people within the own community have become disrespectful and bought into this colonialistic corporate thought of, that's not who we are. We're Mi'kmaq people who just want to be acknowledged, who were never acknowledged and should be and are going to be if I have anything to do with it. Because I'm one of those people, I will stand up, and I don't care if I'm standing alone. It's the principle. It's not about a friggin' card. We were Mi'kmaq long before we were non-status, landless Mi'kmaq. I mean, it was never, someone said to me one day, what's it like to be Mi'kmaq? I don't know what it's like not to be Mi'kmaq. But I know what it's like to be excluded by our own people, which is shocking because a lot of them appear to me to have bought into it because of a free education, or because if they open their mouth and speak their opinion, they'll be tossed aside like we were. It's wrong. Our people really should be standing with each other.
Can you imagine what we could do if we actually all came together instead of being at each other's throats? Because let's be honest, that's what the government wants. The longer we're fighting each other, we're not fighting them.
You know, there are some of us that feel like I know that we're not standing up and speaking alone. We speak for a lot of people who can't articulate how they feel. And we've spoken to them in private, and we know how they feel. It's a sin. You know, people get fed up and they just have lost the fight. And we shouldn't be fighting. The whole thing is, in my mind, we should be supporting and uplifting each other, and that's not happening. And I just think it's because of the whole corporate mindset. I think it's sad. It's so sad. I hope it gets resolved. I do. For anything to be healed, it has to be acknowledged. And I don't think it's been acknowledged. So how can you even begin to heal?
It's come alive here a little bit different today, and that has to do with the creation of Halibu more than anything else. I got lots of problems with that because Halibu to me right now is only a cornbrook band. It gets all the funding and it has all the control. And I'm suspicious if that's still part of the simulation because, and I won't label them all, but most people there are just learning what it is to be Aboriginal, whereas Bay St. George, they've always known it. The stuff that we're getting here now, to me, the bit we're getting from the powwow or the bit we're getting from the people from Stephen Crossing, that area that's coming in and teaching here, I won't say it's phony, but it certainly doesn't have the depth that you would have in Bay St. George area. And it certainly doesn't have the emotion or the feelings or none of that stuff.
It's blatant, the unfairness of the treatment of, and I can only speak from my Mi'kmaq culture. I can't speak from any other culture but I see it. I have eyes. I mean, we witnessed what has happened with George Floyd. I probably shouldn't bring that in, but it's affected the world. And I'm a person who believes that collectively we're all human beings and we should all be treated the same. And we have definitely been segregated, treated differently. We still are. It's coming around. People are waking up to see that, oh my gosh, you know, that's definitely not fair treatment. The judges in court are waking up to it. As I tell the stories and I speak it and I read about things that have happened and things that I know because I'm 58 years old. I'm old enough to know and young enough to remember. It's been unbelievable what's been accepted. And I really struggle with understanding how others think that's just their problem. That's an Indigenous problem. It's a human race problem, actually. You know, I look at everybody equally. Everybody. I don't care what color you are, what race you are, what your sexual, whatever. You know, you're a human being. If you have good energy, I'm drawn to that. If you have bad energy, I'm intuitively drawn away from that. And I trust my gut. Yeah, I do have difficulty understanding other people's rationales. Although I respect their opinions and their differences, I really do struggle with understanding it. Yeah.
So I think this whole enrollment process, this is just it caused a lot of stress. It caused a lot of anxiety. It caused, in some cases, division. You'd have some family members who were accepted, and could identify as a status Aboriginal Native person, and then you'd have others that weren't. So obviously you're going to have, infighting, bickering. Well, this one's not even, this person has blonde hair, those type of things that obviously arose once the government started deciding who was and who wasn't Native based on their application process. And then you had people who were status, who were sort of kicked out of being a status Native because the new application that they filled out didn't meet the government standards. To me, all of this is ridiculous. And, what it's done is just help to create a little bit more chaos in a culture, in a world, that didn't need anything else to sort of ruffle the feathers. The government doing this and having these arbitrary sort of things, well, your grandmother, your mother might be a status Native, but we don't feel you are because you don't go trouting enough. Things like that. I mean, once you start having a criteria for what makes a person a Native, besides their bloodline, besides their ancestry, then, that gave the government the ability to dictate, what it is to be Native. And I don't think they could really figure that out. So, I mean, it's not for them to say who is Native and who isn't, and to define it beyond bloodlines, beyond, ancestral family tree. So once you start doing that, then again, that identity that was building for years, couple of decades, maybe 15, 20 years of growth, in the people who were figuring out, okay, yeah, that's awesome. I'm Native, and wanting to learn about their culture, wanting to take part in it. You have all these people who are buying into something that finally, after years of not knowing, they're taking pride in their ancestry, and then all of a sudden the government comes along and says, not so fast. You got to prove that you're part of that bloodline. You got to prove that you're actually a Native. Whereas you'd have many people who, if they found out 10 years ago, okay, you're Native, then why would they have been doing the traditional Native practices before that time, And to me, it's unfair. To me, it must have caused a lot of anxiety and anger in the people of Newfoundland. And, because it's ridiculous. I mean, you can't make an equation that makes somebody more or less Native than somebody else. Like, you've often heard those terms, so how could people not be upset about this? It's like sort of putting a murkiness to that clear water of identity that people were starting to develop. And now all of a sudden it's like, nah, scrap that, because I just got turned down for being Native, even though I was accepted through the government, through my family tree, through my community, through everyone else. It's still going to throw that little bit of doubt into people's minds and cause anxiety and cause that sort of loss. It's sort of a grieving. If you don't know what your ancestry is, if you can't pinpoint where you come from, you don't feel whole. And if you figure that out over the last 20 years, and then the government comes along and tells you, yeah, you're not what you thought you were because we decided, not because all the logical and all the, metaphysical and the DNA of your family decided, because we, the government, in my feeling, don't want to have too many natives in Newfoundland, right? Whereas, in my opinion, if 95% of the island turned out to be, proven to be native, then every single one of those people should have got their status. It wasn't about who was deserving or who was the most native or who goes fishing the most. These are people who were in the dark about their heritage. They were, and if they weren't, they were probably nervous to come forward with it. They probably faced discrimination for years, and now they're being told they're just not native enough. And I don't really buy into that, and I know it has caused a lot of issues with a lot of people. So the main thing that's come out of the whole, the enrollment period was that I do have some anxiety about the whole process. At the time when I did apply for my native status, I was turned down because I didn't, the government said I didn't return home enough. Despite the fact that I went home every summer for, minimum 40 days, I was like, okay, that doesn't seem like, that doesn't seem fair. And I kind of got angry, had a little bit of resentment. I mean, because, I know people who never go home and never visit Newfoundland and, things like that. So I was kind of ticked off at the whole process, whereas most of my family, sisters, brothers, my mother, on my other side of my family, all my uncles and aunts. One of my great uncles was the chief of the whole island, stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, I don't see how I'm not part of my own heritage, ancestry, because I didn't go home enough in the government's eyes. So I kind of got ticked off, pissed off about that. Sort of over it now, taking a different route to apply for my my status. My mother, Janice, has been accepted. So she is technically a native, and my brothers and sisters all are. So just a matter of paperwork. But again, it created a lot of anxiety, and it created a lot of animosity towards that government decision. To arbitrarily decide somebody's ancestry based on criteria that was laid out, which I've thought from the start has been ridiculous. And what I've seen and what the way I feel about it is it's sort of I wouldn't say getting rid of, but it's lessening the numbers of Aboriginals in the area simply by making them jump through hoops and red tape to kind of prove that they're a native. Send pictures of yourself fishing. It's well, you can be native, but it's on the but the government's going to be the one who decides this. It's not going to be your bloodlines or your upbringing or your family tree. It's going to be, we'll let you do it. We'll let you be that, but you're going to have to follow our guidelines. So it's governmental sort of meddling in DNA, which I really don't. I haven't agreed with from the start. Not just because I was turned down for my status, but just because, like I say, it's sort of a lessening of natives. So you're canceling out natives based on government decisions and government sort of bureaucracy. So if I can't even imagine how many elderly people who couldn't fill out paperwork properly or couldn't do, jump through all the government hoops. I can't imagine how many of them were left out of a distinct group, which, I'm sure they want to be a part of, and not just for, any monetary gains or medical or whatever else, because in my case, that was never something that I even thought of. It was like, it's just because, since the early 90s, I've identified myself as a native, and now there's a chance that I can do that on a broader scale with, an ID and everything, and something that I would take pride in, and I'm denied it because the government says that I'm not a native because of something as ridiculous as I don't travel home enough when I go home every single summer.
I think it certainly has affected, because you have families that are registered and families that aren't, and and all families are, eligible to be registered. And then when you go outside, you see people that are registered and elders and all these stuff that they're self-proclaimed elders, and you're like, oh my God, we're really straying away from what it is to be a good relative and to be a Flat Bayer and be a Flat Bayer Mi'kmaq. And I think for a lot of people that go outside the community, the easiest thing sometimes is just not even say it. I think it's really affecting our community, especially the enrollment process, because we have families where some people are in and some people aren't. We have whole families that aren't registered, and we know very well that they are entitled to be registered. So it causes us, I think, as a community, a lot of concern, and particularly because we do hold ourselves out as a Mi'kmaq community, and we go out and see other people saying, like, oh, I got this because of the Indians. It hurts. It hurts because this is who we are, and all these people aren't getting these so-called benefits from being Indians where we do have. So I think that's a challenge for us.
My father, his father, his father's father, my grandparents, my great-great-grandparents, these are our ancestors. And everyone that came before them. We have to show them respect. I try my best to do it in prayer to the ancestors, being in touch with my animal guide, guiding me, saging, smudging, and in my art. All of my art is native influenced and driven. I try to put a new age twist on it, but it's all native. These influences come from inside. They come from our past. And this whole enrollment process is starting to tear apart our culture. Most people don't speak any of the language anymore. Most of the people, and the hypocrisy that happened here, most of the people that are in power and decision-making power in the band in St. George's and in Corner Brook, these people didn't even know what the word native meant growing up. They were the ones making fun of it. But now all of a sudden, everyone's getting their status. Oh, I want to be a chief. I want to be a leader. I want to be one of the people in the front lines. Oh, I know everything about the culture. You know nothing about your culture. You should be just slapped in the face. You know nothing about your culture. It was not talked about when we grew up. We didn't live in a community. Where's this mystical community everybody keeps talking about? I grew up there. I must have been walking around with my eyes closed all the time because I didn't see it. It's despicable. Some of these people that have their status shouldn't even have status because they don't even have a fifth of the native blood that the Muse family and the Shepherd family, for example, have. Overall, yeah, I think our families were suppressed. We're disrespecting the ancestors. We're disrespecting Mother Earth by the way we're getting on and how we're treating each other. This enrollment process is not an enrollment process. It was a herding process. Enrollment would give you the at least idea that, well, I have an opportunity to be enrolled and being part of something. That's not what happened. They took, separated, and herded everybody exactly where they wanted them to be. When this point system came out, they already knew who they were getting rid of. It was just a motion to make you feel like they were doing it the right way. It wasn't. Yes, it's made me withdraw. It's caused problems in our family. My brother feels guilty that he kept his status and the rest of us lost it. So it's tearing us apart and it's dividing us. And we need to come together and stop the division that they're causing. I don't know anybody in our family that's had alcohol problems. Our dad did drink quite a bit when we were growing up, but that wasn't related to what's happening now with the Mi'kmaq community in St. George's and that whole points and enrolling process. But definitely, I see how it's impact family, friends. People on social media aren't talking to each other now because some kept it, some didn't. It's caused a lot of division.
Myself and my mom and my son applied at the same time for our status, and so did my uncle and a gentleman that was considered my grandfather's son, but it was never proven. So we all applied at the same time. Myself and my mother and Cody got denied, but my uncle and this gentleman that my mother signed an affidavit for stating that he was Leo Bennett's son was also approved. So they got approved with the same information that the three of us sent in, but we were denied. And we were denied, I'm going to say, based on my speaking out against the whole movement. And my mother was really upset about that, because she was like, well, if I'm not good enough to be an Indian for them, but my brother is, like, what is that all about? Is it because he's a man and I'm a woman? Like, why should we be targeted? And they get in with the exact same information. So Mom had, she struggled with that part of it, because she wasn't accepted when her brother that sat next to her was with the same information. For myself, it was, there was a lot of emotions, because I did a whole family package for all of my family, and some of us got in and some of us didn't with the exact same information. I was even told that the reason why myself and my mother and Cody were denied was because I had put my great-grandmother's death certificate in there, and that fooled it up, which was a total lie. I didn't put the death certificate in there because I didn't even have it. I didn't even have possession of it. So that was oppression, because they didn't want me in there. They didn't want me a part of that group, and I knew that. So that led to a whole lot of struggles and a whole lot of emotions. We finally did get accepted for registration with the Halibu Band, and then I went on council and got even more oppression from the men that sat around the table, and not all the men, but a majority of them. And then, this is crazy to me, but we've always known we were Indian or Mi'kmaq from this bay, and to go to Corner Brook and other places and have people tell me that I wasn't Indian enough to do it, I didn't know what I was talking about, and they didn't want to hear how we lived here. They wanted to create their own Indianness in the band. It's a whole new form of oppression. And all these people that just found out they're Indians yesterday, and they're going on Google and they're researching ceremonies and how to do this, and they're taking over and changing the ceremonies and going ahead and doing it. Whereas other people in Mi'kmaq who have been doing these traditions and cultures for hundreds of years, and they passed it down by oral traditions, and people have earned roles. But now here on the island, there's people popping up that, they're the almighty elders and they're the almighty teachers, where they're showing a disrespect for the people here. And even the leaders in our band, who are they to define who's Mi'kmaq and who's not? Like, they don't know who I am. They don't know what I've done in my past lifetime. They don't know what my community has done. You can't judge that sitting in Corner Brook office. So sitting in Ottawa, I was like, who are you to define who Indian people are anyway in the first place? In the past, we had the Flat Bay Band, St. George's Band, Stevenville Band or Stevenville Crossing. So our bands ran our community, and Flat Bay Band still runs the community, and had some autonomy with the federal government, could get funding. But Halibu Formation took that autonomy away. So here's a Flat Bay Band trying to run a community on grants. Like, that's not even normal. One of the biggest fears I've had throughout the enrollment process, and I got to focus on the enrollment process, because when we were growing up, I don't feel like we were oppressed. We just were community, and we did what we wanted to. But the enrollment process has brought a whole new hierarchy in the system. It's your status, your non-status. It quantifies people, and that's not what it was ever meant to be. So I see families divided now. I see, one sister in and one sister out, one brother in, one brother out, and it's like that do cause animosity between people. And I'll never forget the day that the appeal letters had come back when we all had to apply, and we all had got our letters back, and I went to the mail and I got mine and Cody's, and my mother's came in that day too, because I just kept her name on the list, although she had passed away. But I can remember sitting there and opening and with the letter and saying, I don't know if I want to open this. I don't know if I want to give the government of Canada the right to choose who I am and the right to define me by a status card to say, yeah, I'm an Indian, while my brothers across the street, and I already knew that they had their denial letter, so they weren't. So it took me a long time to even open the letter, and it was like, I said, I'm not opening this letter. They don't get that choice to define who I am as a person. And Calvin called, he said, you got to open the letter. You got to open the letter. Go on, you got to do it. And then it was like, oh, I'm going to do it. And I remember sitting there going, yeah, I'm a registered status Indian. And I cried because it was like, how can I be a registered status Indian when my brother that lives right here on this side and my other brother that lives on that side are not? And it divided us. So it was kind of like, I can't move forward without taking everybody with me. So it was a real emotional point for me, and I'm getting emotional now. But yeah, so our own band created oppression. So the whole family dynamic, it was hard because some of my brothers and sisters didn't understand why they were denied and why they were treated differently because they moved. It was so hard to explain the agreement because the agreement was so technical and it was so many loopholes that even though I was sitting at the council table, it was so hard to explain to them, and they would get so fed up and so mad, and I felt like sometimes they were getting mad at me, even though they weren't getting mad at me, they were getting mad at the system. But it caused a lot of dissension among families, and that's not good. I mean, families are hard enough as it is. Community members, people they're hurt because they feel like they lived a way of life, and now all of a sudden someone was telling them that, no, you're not anymore. And even though it's a white card that only Government of Canada is saying, yeah, you're approved as an Indian person, you're robbing a part of that spirit, and then the depression comes in, then the health effects comes in. And it takes a piece of everybody, takes that little piece of everyone away, and not to mention the people that were sick with cancer and had drugs paid for with a status card, and all of a sudden that was taken away, causing more stress for the communities, more stress for the members, and it snowballed and snowballed and snowballed.
So do I feel a bit of oppression? Absolutely I do, because we're local bands that are probably not getting the support and expect that we should. Because Indian Night Band is not doing for us in the communities that we need to get done, and I never thought they could, So a Cornerbrook band, what's a Cornerbrook band going to do for us? Right? That sort of stuff. Well, we have our rights, we have our cards and stuff that comes with the card, but that is not enough. So does the oppression continue? In that sense, absolutely it does. It does.
Like everybody else, we've had the problem with signing up and becoming a member and all this kind of stuff, eh? I'm still fighting as we speak in the courts. As they claim that everything else I got is good, but they claim I have no contact. I have no cultural contact with Newfoundland. Oh, it hurt the community too. Yes, a lot of people that should have been getting help and stuff like that never got it.
My sister, who lives in Dartmouth, was a founding member, and of course she lost her status because she doesn't live in one of the communities. And there's times when she gets a little bit bitter about it, but she understands, she's glad for the people who kept her status. But, there's times she feels bad that she wasn't able to pass on her status to her children. There's sometimes that I feel a little bit guilty if I'm talking about my status, especially like if we're talking about, different things that we can get from having status, and then there's people who don't have theirs, and I feel a little bit guilty then, that, and then I'll sort of not talk about it or very quietly say what I was going to say and then just leave it, right? So my mother would, like, she went to her grave denying that there was any Indian in us, and that's the way she used to put it, right? But back then, nobody, or very few people, admitted that there was Indian in their family. You hear some people every now and then saying, oh yeah, them Indians, and they got it all and that, but like for me personally, I just take that with a grain of salt, and I don't dwell on that. I try to think of the positive of people and think that, maybe they're having struggles and that, and, are feeling kind of bad because they don't have the benefits that anybody with their status would.
When Malibu was formed, everybody had a seek registration in Malibu, as you know. The family of 9, my mother had 9 children. I think of all the applications that was approved, sent in, 5 was approved. Some brothers and sisters were approved, some wasn't. And the reason some wasn't because one of my brothers had left and joined the Air Forces and went away, and he hadn't spent enough time there. Some of the excuses and all this registration information had gone to Winnipeg. So what happened was, I think 9 of us in the family, and to this day, I think 5 of us are registered, and 4 got registered as Aboriginal, and 5 didn't, 4 never. And that's always presents some kind of an issue when you talk about it, because you come from the same mother, same community, same values, and nobody can figure out, well, why did you get status and I didn't get status? I'm the same. We got the same mother. We go to the same values. The only problem is I travel outside the country, and I've been penalized because I'd go away to work if I work here. And I went away to serve king and country. Spent 20 years in Afghanistan and all over serving, so everybody could have a sense of freedom. And here I am. I'm back home, and I'm penalized. So you could almost say that would lead to that used to lead to you could probably say that caused a bit of stress too. But that whole registration process was certainly caused a lot of anxiety and stress in the families. But I gotta admit, I think it's getting hopefully straightened out now. But I just stay away from it because it's not worth to me. I'll still be Native. I'll still practice my culture, and I'll do what I think. The more if they come back tomorrow and say, listen, we're taking all the federal government saying we're going to rescind all status cards, it wouldn't bother me one bit, because I know who I am and what I am. I know my culture. I know I can practice it freely. My views has changed on that 100%. I don't need a card to tell me that I'm a big Ma descendant, or Aboriginal descendant. But it did cause a lot of grief. Yes, I must admit. I've been involved with the Aboriginal community for quite a long time, and I go back to mid-80s. I was go back further than that, and we've always been told by the government that there was a place in society for the Aboriginal peoples. We were told that the issue would be resolved between culture over the years. We're just trying to gain back what we lost. Our language, our traditions, our culture, our respect. All that was lost throughout the years because we were, all that was barred by the, as you know, by the colonials prior to 49, and still to a point. So it's, winning back trust is going to come very slowly. My mother took a very, very positive view on that. She said, it really doesn't matter to me if you register or not. You're part of the process if you care, because I can tell you now, your grandfather, your grandmother, your grandfather, my father, they were all Mi'kmaq. They all came from Cape Breton, and now it's a different period. You can practice. You can go out and have your sweat lodge. You can do what you want to do. You can practice your culture. You can travel. You can sit on committees. You can do what you want. You're not oppressed like I was. You can talk about it. You can be proud of what you can be proud of your heritage. I couldn't do that. I couldn't be proud of my heritage. I couldn't practice my language. I couldn't practice our values. That's changed today. So, whether you get a status card or you don't, it's immaterial to me. If you want it, that's fine. You can do that. But as far as I'm concerned, as an elder, I've been through the war. I've seen what it's like to be living in oppression and being treated like an Indian and a savage. And I'm just as happy now I'm 97 years old. I'm just as happy to continue on as an elder, and I know who I am. I know what I am. I know my values. I know my culture, and I can practice it whenever I want. And I'm happy in my skin. So she's very, very high spirited, and I tell you, if you ask her the same question today, she'll probably give you the same answer. So, and I feel the same. You can only be oppressed in those days if you want to be oppressed. We have so much open to us today. We have technology available to us. We have elders. We have associations. We have all kinds of communications. We have band councils. We have all kinds of people out there who are in a position to teach and learn us new identities. So I have no issues with all that. I think that she has no issues. So I think we're, not to be long-winded, I think we've gained back the respect of a lot of people by holding powwows, showing people that we're not bad people, showing people we do have culture, showing people that we are educated, showing people that we can be a vital part of the community, showing people that we do have people in our communities who are doctors and teachers and lawyers and engineers, and we are a valued asset to any community. So we're not savages. For me, that's where it all ends. I'm happy with who I am and what I've done.
Guanalia guando daya hey, Guanalia guando de, Guanalia guando de, Guanalia guando daya hey, hey oh. Igo, Igande, Igo, Iganda, Guandalia, Guandodaya, hey. Guandalia guando de, Guanalia guando de Guanalia guano da ya hey yo de yo ka de yo ka de yo ka Guanalia guando da ya hey Guanalia guando de Guanalia guando de Guanalia guando da ya hey yo Igande Iganna Guanalia guando da ya hey Guanalia guando de Guanalia guando de Guanalia guando da ya hey oh